Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome you all to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission for Thursday, February the 11th, 2021. Before we get started on the agenda today, I have a couple announcements I want to make to get us started. If you're in the chamber and in City Hall in general, just please be sure and wear your mask at all times. Even when you're at the podium, we ask that you wear your mask. That microphone is a little bit fickle. When you get up there, if you have to touch it, do it gently or it'll bark at you. And just make sure you adjust it to right up next to your mask so we can hear you clearly and the three people that are listening at home can also hear what you're saying. Additionally, thank you very much. Additionally, if you would, please be sure that we practice social distancing. It looks as though we're honoring our 3-person per pew rule unless you're family members, and we appreciate that. If you haven't signed up to speak and you want to be heard on a matter, there are white sheets of paper outside on the front table. You can simply fill this out and give it to staff, and they'll make sure that I get them in my hands so that I can call on you at the appropriate time. I would ask, if your item has not or already been heard or it's going to be heard later in the agenda, and there are folks that are outside, if you would step outside and allow those folks to enter the chamber where they can more quickly be recognized to be heard on any item of concern, so we can keep the meeting moving along, we would certainly appreciate that as well. Finally, if you would, please be sure your cell phones are on silent. And as a final reminder, as far as I've been told thus far, our next meeting here of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission, which is February the 25th, is going to be held virtually via Zoom. Information about that meeting, materials, how to participate, things of that nature, if your item is continued today, will be available at okc.gov prior to the meeting. And certainly if you have any questions, there's a phone number there you can find for information as well. So with that, again, appreciate everybody being with us today. It's cold and it's awkward to get out, so we'll go ahead and get started. Our first order of business is to receive the minutes of the January 28th, 2021 meeting. And if I take a motion on those, if there's no discussion. I have a motion and a second. Please vote when available. And the minutes are received. Next order of business are continuous requests. We have 3 uncontested requests for continuance printed on the agenda. I believe we have at least one more as well. Mr. Butler, you want to read the ones we know about?
Yes, item 14, PUD 1786, request to defer to March 11th. Item 15, case C 7230, defer to March 11th. And item 16, PUD 1790, request to defer indefinitely.
Is there anybody that wanted to be heard on any of those items today? Seeing none, I'll take a motion on those continuance requests.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the continuance requests be granted as read.
I have a motion and hopefully a second here.
I'll second when it comes up. Oh, yep, I got
Somebody, anybody?
it. I got it.
Cast your votes when available. And those continuance requests are approved unanimously. I believe we have some additional requests, Mr. Butler.
We have one new request for item 10, which is SPUD 1292, request to defer to February 25th.
That is, SPUD 1292, which is item number 10 on today's agenda. Is there anybody that wanted to be heard on that item today? Okay, seeing nobody, I'll take a request or a motion on that continuance.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the continuance request for item 10 be granted.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes when available. And that continuance request is approved unanimously as well. Are there any other items on the agenda today that we need to hear a continuance request on? Okay. Seeing none, the next item on our agenda is the consent docket. Mr. Butler, you want to read our items for consent? We just have 2 today.
The first one is case PC 10714, an application to rezone 1029 Southwest 89th Street from R1 to C3. And the second and final is C 7261, final plat of Ashton Court, Phase 2. located north of Southwest 29th Street and west of South Sarah Road.
Excellent. Is there anybody that wanted to be heard on either of those two items today? Those are items 1 and 2 on today's agenda. Okay. Seeing none, I'll take a motion on those two items.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the consent docket be approved as read.
Thank you very much. I'll take a verbal motion and electronic second. Please cast your votes when available. And those items are approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda today begins our items requiring second vote. Item number 3, Mr. Butler.
3 is PUD SP 1674C, application for a specific plan pursuant to the approval of PUD 1674. It's located at 3917 Northeast 104th Street.
Is the applicant present? Please come forward, and when you get here, start out by giving us your name and address for the record, okay?
Brody Tucker, address is 400 Carpenter Trail, Arcadia, Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Anything you want us to know about this?
No, it's similar in style and construction to what we've done previously in the PUD.
Okay. I'll just note for the purpose of the record that staff's review of the specific plan for the development indicates the proposal is consistent with the technical requirements of the PUD 1674 and the master development plan as presented. Commissioner Pennington, this is your ward. Do you have any additional comments or concerns on this item?
No, sir.
I'll take a
Happy to
motion if
support
you're
it.
ready to make it.
I move approval of item 3.
I have a motion and a second, maybe?
Second.
Excellent. Please cast your votes when available. And that item is approved unanimously. Good luck with your project, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Next item on the agenda today is item number 4.
4 is case number V22, an application requesting a variance to section 5.10.4B of the Oklahoma City subdivision regulations, requiring a water main extension connection on property located at 5501 North Westminster Road.
Applicant present with us today? Okay. Is there anybody out there, Jared? Can you verify?
I mean, it's pretty, I could represent it if we need to, or however you want to do it.
I'm fine with that. Is there anything you want us to know about it?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. It's a pretty developed area, rural, been there for a long time, and they have the exceptions they need for the state to do septic and wells on the site. So just to connect for one lot, staff didn't feel was necessary.
Yep. I'll just note for the purpose of the record that our staff report indicates support for this application because of the reason that Mr. Martin just indicated. Commissioner Pennington, this is your ward as well. Do you have any questions or concerns on this item?
No, sir. I'm in full support.
Okay. Given that it is an item for separate consideration and it's not a specific plan, I'll ask, is there anybody that wants to be heard on this or has concern about this? I highly doubt it. Okay. Seeing none, if there's no further discussion from the commission, I'll take a motion on the item.
I move approval of item 4.
I have a motion and a second, I hope. I have one. Please cast your votes when available. And that item is approved unanimously. Thank you for moving us along, Mr. Martin. Item number 5.
5 is case number SPUD 1294, an application to rezone 2604 Cedar Tree Road from PUD 704 to SPUD 1294.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, on behalf of the applicant. This is an SPUD that essentially seeks to vary certain requirements because this is a 5-plex. Once you get over a 4-plex, they treat a 5-plex in the same manner as they would a large-scale multifamily project. So in order to allow the attached single-family homes to function like we would like them to, we need to vary the parking and maneuvering within the right-of-way. So these are attached single-family structures. It'll operate just like anyone else that lives in a single-family neighborhood or a 4-plex, in that when you reverse out of your driveway, you are reversing onto a public street. It is worth noting that the Cedar Tree Road, Cindy, could you go to the public street that they're going to be backing out onto is a very small stretch of public road. It's not as if we're backing onto May Avenue. This is an area in which we are currently developing additional fourplexes, and so this is the same style. It's consistent with the area. This would just allow it to operate with, able to back out onto the right-of-way and a slight variation to the radius of the curb. There are no technical evaluations, no issues that I am aware of, and we'd ask for your approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is my ward, so I'll lead the discussion on this. My only question on this, Mr. Box, is the master design statement for dumpsters, it says in A. I don't know if I've just never paid attention to that before, but I've seen it more regularly over the last few meetings. Residential cart service is what's being used there, right?
That's right. That's why.
Is there not standard language that we use for residential cart service or anything? So we just, basically because it's dumpsters and we're not going to have them, it's inapplicable. So
That's right. City trash service will be used.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I think I'm good with that. I did not receive any outreach from anyone in the ward on this, and on the previous application we had for PUD 1723, I did. So is there anybody here that wants to be heard on this matter today? Seeing none, any concerns on this from any other of the commissioners? I don't have any. Okay, well, if there's none, I can't make the motion, or I'd make a motion to approve, so I'd appreciate if someone could lead us there.
This is Rusty, can you hear me? I'll make a motion to approve the application.
I have a motion and a second. Buffering. Please cast your votes when available. And that application is approved unanimously. Next item is item number 6.
6 is case number C-7262, preliminary plat of Mustang Creek Village, and that is located south of Southwest 15th Street and west of South Sarah Road. And there's also a variance to section 5.2.8.B.2 of the subdivision regulations.
Sorry, Commissioner Coffey is recusing herself from the item, and normally we're able to go out the back door, but we can't do that in the COVID era, so we have this awkward pause here. Forgive us. Mr. Box, thank you.
Yeah, once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant, also with me is Mark Grubbs, who's the civil engineer on this project. The commission heard a companion item last meeting, so 2 weeks ago, for a portion of the plat. This plat is comprised of single family as well as a portion of around 10 acres of duplex development. There was a lot of discussion at the last hearing about drainage. What you heard from the civil engineer was, in terms of drainage, the coefficient as it relates to the drainage off of a duplex structure is no different than a single family structure. That was ultimately recommended for approval unanimously, and now we're back here with our preliminary plat.
Well, just for the sake of the folks that are joining us today, of which I have a number that are signed up, just to clarify, the reason that we didn't address the drainage issue last time, even though it was discussed by folks who had joined us, was because it wasn't pertinent to the zoning application.
Right.
But it is pertinent at this point.
Perhaps. I mean, it is a preliminary plat, and at the preliminary plat stage, you are not in a position of submitting detailed drainage studies. That happens at the final plat stage. Or if there's not a plat, it happens at the building permit stage. At this point, we are asking ourselves, I believe, if you're a planning commission member, is whether or not we conform to the subdivision regulations and the ordinances. To be sure, I want to quote from a recent Court of Civil Appeals decision that is entitled Sack Investments versus the City of Edmond, and there was interveners, but a question was raised at the City of Edmond on a plat application, whether or not things outside of ordinances and subdivision regulations could apply in a discussion on a plat. So what the court says here in paragraph 16 is the commission, in considering a preliminary subdivision plat, is empowered to inquire into the factual circumstances regarding the plat's compliance with existing ordinances in order to give its approval or denial. And still, the commission does not have unbridled discretion by which it may deny a preliminary plat for any reason it deems appropriate. Instead, the commission investigates the facts of a preliminary plat in order to apply the relevant ordinances. So, with that in mind, what you see in your staff report is a description of the plat and why it meets all ordinances as well as subdivision regulations. Now, the director did note that TE2 is requiring a variance. We have modified the plat, resubmitted it to staff, Mr. Martin, and we now have the access onto 15th as a divided boulevard entry, which meets the subdivision regulations. So in speaking with staff this week, they are in agreement that TE2 can be deleted because we now don't need a variance. And so without the need for a variance, we have a plat that conforms to all applicable ordinances and subdivision regulations that exist for development within Oklahoma City. We understand that drainage is a concern in the area, and certainly at the time of final plat, that will have to be addressed. We will have to submit our detailed drainage study to Public Works. They will review it for conformance with the ordinances. If it doesn't conform, they will not issue permits to move forward. If it doesn't conform, they will tell our engineer, who will have to go redraw or resubmit the plat that would conform, and we will deal with it then. Drainage issues aren't dealt with at preliminary plat. There's not a drainage study. The ordinance is in place. This is an area in which people are aware that there is flooding concerns, and so the staff, with that in mind, will be looking at the drainage study produced by Mr. Grubbs and decide whether or not that study and our proposal complies with the ordinances prescribed by the city.
We understand what our role is as it relates to preliminary plats.
So, with that, we'd ask for your approval. Again, TE2 can be deleted as we meet all subregs and ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Box. I have a number of people signed up to speak. Before I do, before I start that process, a couple things. One is we are not going to spend 45 minutes having multiple people tell us about the drainage issue. That is not of any disrespect to the people that in the cold and in the snow and in a mask and coming through and getting your temperature checked and coming up here and sitting on a pew. We don't want to hear you. I will tell you from my perspective, I have gotten a lot of emails, and I've looked at as many of those emails as I can look at. I watched the news stories that were sent. I looked at the photographs that were sent of the neighborhood flooding. Preemptively, I reached out to city staff last time, just candidly, because it was a zoning item. We were not fully prepared to discuss that drainage issue. I've reached out to staff and asked them, Barry Lodge, to be present today and kind of go over some things relating to that drainage so we can get some facts out. As Mr. Box points out, and I'm going to note this for the purpose of the record at this time, the design of this preliminary plat does conform with the subdivision regulations as it relates to subdivisions with between 101 and 200 lots. And because of the removal of the variance, it's in full conformance with those subdivision regulations. That said, the drainage is an issue that we want to understand exactly what's going on, and long before this case started, we heard other complaints of drainage in and around this area that involved Mustang Creek. So we are aware of those issues. I am particularly interested if there are other issues beyond drainage too that we need to be aware of about this application that relates to the subdivision regulations and this plat's conformance or lack thereof with it. But before we get there, Mr. Lodge, would you mind coming up? And I have some questions I want to get out, and I just kind of like for you to give an overview, because as Mr. Box stipulated, it is really city staff's role at the purposes of the final plat to make drainage determinations, detention determinations, all those calculations. Could you please explain to us how that process works, please?
Yes, sir, I'd be glad to. The general process, and Mr. Box has laid out some of that at the zoning and preliminary plat stages, the drainage studies, drainage calculations, and the drainage plans layout are not required. That is a submittal that is made at the final plat stage. I think it's typically because at that point, it's a little premature to be doing the entire drainage design for, in this case, a 40-acre residential development that will likely be developed in phases. And it's possible that some of those phases could change over time. And so I think that's really the background on it, is that it's just premature to try to design all of it. The other thing that comes up with that is that when you start looking at drainage design, it is not independent of your street and site grading. And so in essence, if we required them to turn in this drainage study, drainage calculations, they would have to design the entire 40-acre site, street grades. I mean, they wind up doing all of their plans that in reality over a 40-acre development that could take 3, 4, 5, 7 years, they could wind up redoing a lot of that design. So it's just a premature point to have that required at the preliminary plat stage.
What does your staff look at this point, as this preliminary plat comes through? Staff in various forms and in various departments looks at that. What particularly is Public Works looking at when a preliminary plat comes through?
In general, from our drainage side of it, we're looking, at that point, we would look to see at this point if it's in the drainage or detention required area. And if it was, then that would have been noted in the staff report at that point. That's, from the drainage standpoint, that's the main thing that we're going to be looking at. I think the rest of it in the preliminary plat stage really goes back to zoning and what they're going to be looking at as far as right-of-way widths, accesses, lot counts, and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. So when you guys are going to be looking at this too, let's assume that we have a final plat that comes through on this item. How will you guys determine what detention is required for this area, and what information do you have about this area already that may, sort of lead to detention requirements on this site?
We have looked at the area quite substantially just in recent weeks, just because of the interest that's been generated on this location. Typically, and as I brought up in the last meeting, right now the way the current ordinance is written, the detention requirement kicks in when there has been a complaint of downstream structure flooding. Doesn't apply to a street flooding complaint or a ponding water complaint, but if a structure has been flooded, then that area falls into the detention required area. It may seem a little backward, but that's the way that it's currently structured. So what
Under our existing ordinance framework?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have complaints in this area of downstream flooding?
We do not have any complaints of downstream structure flooding. We've had several instances where there has been complaints of ponding water on the streets. The golf course, Westbury Golf Course, which is had lots of pictures of it flooding conditions on there, but then that golf course is constructed in floodplain. I mean, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do in that location. But I looked, had my staff look at our complaints up to the most recent that we've had, even through the severe storms of last summer. And in this Mustang Creek Basin, in this area, from the Turnpike west to Morgan Road, there were no complaints of structure flooding that had been recorded with the city.
Okay. Is there anything else about the drainage or the city staff's involvement with developers for determining drainage that you think would be pertinent to this case or helpful for these folks to know from your vantage point?
We're glad to work and meet with the consultant and the developer to work out any drainage issues ahead of time if they want to go that route. They're not required to. What will happen at the final plat stage is they will prepare their paving, drainage, and grading plans. They'll submit those to our technical review staff, and all of the calculations will be, they'll be thoroughly reviewed for street capacity, storm sewer sizing, outlet locations, erosion protection. It'll be thoroughly reviewed at that point. But that's when it will occur. We'll make any comments at that point to the consultant, They'll make their revisions, but the review will be to ensure compliance with the drainage ordinance. We're not going to try to review anything outside of that and interject any personal opinions or personal feelings with it. We're going to be looking at it for compliance with the current drainage ordinance.
Okay. Understood. Another question I have for you, and I'm sorry to catch you flat-footed on this one as it relates to streets. There's some discussion last meeting about whether or not Southwest 15th has been slated for widening. My understanding is that that is a funded project that will occur in 2021. Is that correct? Do you know?
I do not know the status on that.
Could you get us an answer to that, or someone get us an answer to that?
Yes, we can definitely find the answer to that.
And then also the widening of Sarah Road, if there is any funding that's been, or any planning that's been done to that widening, just to confirm what the status of those projects are?
Yes, I can confirm on the Sarah Road widening that project is under design currently. I do not know which funding year when it's going to go for construction.
But is it a GO bond funded project, or is it?
It's a bond funded project, yes.
Okay, so it's a funded project that is sort of in the pipeline is the right way to articulate that. Okay.
Correct.
Does anybody commission-wise have any questions for Mr. Lodge? As I said, I know that you guys have gotten a ton of information, both from the public and others, on the drainage, so.
Mr. Chairman, I have just a few questions. The first one is, if I am a neighbor nearby this potential development, and I am very concerned about the effectiveness of the drainage study and the scope of the drainage study, what's my recourse? What can I effectively do to ensure that your office is going to take my concerns seriously?
I would say that's a tough question to answer, actually. I would say the plan of action for that would be, first of all, if you have concerns, for them to contact our technical review staff with those specific concerns. On the outside, I don't know if this has ever been done before, and I may be speaking somewhat out of turn. If someone was extremely concerned about it, I suppose that they could, at that point, they could hire a consultant to take a look at some of the calculations to see if they agreed with that. I don't know that I've ever seen that happen, and I really don't know that I would recommend that, but and I'll throw this to David Box and Mark Grubbs too. I think they'd be welcome to call those guys and ask for some explanation if they have concerns. I'll leave that to them to post their phone numbers, but that would be a plan that they could go through also.
Cool. My next question is, if the commission today voted no on this preliminary plat and recommended that it not be approved by the city council, what then about the current state of the drainage in this area? What happens then?
I don't think it would change a whole lot if that were to be the course of action that the Planning Commission chose to take today. The one possible impact of that could be that due to the consideration of the new drainage ordinance coming up, that the rules could slightly change. I will say that even once the new drainage ordinance is approved and adopted, it would still not restrict the type of development and the storm sewer systems that would be planned and put into this development.
So if I am a concerned neighbor that this plat, if approved, would exacerbate the drainage problem, what you're telling me is that if we voted no, that problem would still exist as is. Is that an accurate representation of what you said?
That is my opinion, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
You bet. Any other questions? I did get confirmed from staff that both Sarah Road and Southwest 15th are 2017 GO bond funded projects. The anticipated start date for 15th is the fall of this year. So no anticipated start date known on Sarah.
Okay.
So,
I have a question. I'm not sure it's for Mr. Lodge, though. I had asked Jared Martin.
sir, we'll get to you in just a minute, I promise, okay? I promise. I promise.
I had asked Jared Martin a question about the use of streets for drainage. which I didn't even know until fairly recently was a thing. But I was wondering if he had an answer for me about that question.
Was that question about the detention and the street? Right. Okay. Commissioner Powers, Jared did forward your email to me yesterday concerning the use of the streets for detention, and that is not a city policy. Stormwater detention has to be in, or cannot be provided within the city right-of-way, so that would exclude the city streets. The second part of your question was whether...
I'm not sure I was asking about detention exactly. And how this started was, there's an area, a little neighborhood south and west of 50th, Northwest 50th and Penn, that there were issues about development there, and then we were talking about those. Drainage was one of the issues that was being discussed. And during that conversation, it was brought to my attention that the neighborhood was actually designed, it doesn't have stormwater sewers. The streets channel the water to, drainage ditches or areas. And so it's not so much about detention, but my question, after looking at some of those photographs, was whether the streets are actually what is being used as drainage instead of sewers for that neighborhood.
The streets are an integral portion, or a part of the drainage system. So the water is going to flow off the lots, off the properties, into the streets, and then it's got to flow into the streets until it gets to the storm sewer inlets. The ordinance is written now such that the streets have to have a capacity to carry the 25-year storm up to the top of curb. Once it gets to the top of the curb in the 25-year storm, then under those calculations, then storm sewer inlets have to be placed and a piping system installed to take the water off the streets. But yes, the streets are an important and necessary part of that overall drainage system.
But nowadays, they're just like one component. We don't use them instead of stormwater sewers, like this neighborhood had been designed.
If it's in an existing neighborhood, there wouldn't be any new going in. There are situations where, based on the amount of area that drains to a street, that there would not be a requirement for any storm sewer inlets and a piping system to be put in. It could go down to a cul-de-sac, for instance, or a curve in the street, and simply be discharged from the street through a flume. It might be a curb opening and a concrete flume into the creek. So that's not a common situation. May have occurred a lot more in some of the older developments than it does now, but that is a possibility.
And you're saying that is not the case in this neighborhood?
So again, I didn't understand.
And you think that is not the case in this area?
They will, in the area where this development is going to take place, they will use the streets to carry their water. I don't know what that extent will be at this point, what the drainage basins look like. I think it would be unusual if they did not have a storm sewer inlet and pipe system to go in. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be allowed or that it wouldn't work, but it would be unusual.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just make sure, to answer your specific question, there will be storm sewer inlets. It's not just the street here. We'll have storm sewer inlets that the water will go and then get into the piping to go.
Oh, I know you will. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the existing streets in this area.
Oh.
We were provided with photographs that showed them, running
Underwater.
with water, so.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Logic, we appreciate you being here. If you would hang around just in case additional questions arise, we'd certainly appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I'm going to start calling on folks that had signed up to speak. I want to remind you, I'm going to limit you to 5 minutes. And I do want to remind you, too, if you have somebody that's here, and I'm looking at Mrs. Graves and Mr. Smith, that wants to speak specifically to the drainage issue, if there's anything else that you think we need to know on that, I'd love to get that first so that we can get comments on things that are not drainage related that this body needs to hear before we have to deliberate on what we're going to do here. So does somebody want to take the lead on that discussion? Go right ahead, Mrs. Graves, we appreciate it. Again today.
I spoke at the last hearing, and after the hearing, I started getting a barrage of calls from homeowners, HOA presidents, just officials. The first comments were concerned because Mary had recused herself, and they felt like that the area did not have any representation.
Could I
So-
address that real quickly?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I saw that comment in your email, and
Yeah,
it bothered me a little bit, so I want to address it.
okay.
This body, we are not elected. We are volunteers. We are appointed by the mayor and the ward city council person. And while we do represent a ward, the idea there, I think the way we all view that is a division of the workload. It is so that if there's a specific item in Ward 8, for example, there is today, that I had to really dig in with the applicant and I had to dig in with city staff to go through and specifically negotiate that I would take the lead there. Any of these commissioners may have a different opinion, and in fact, a lot of these commission members, because of their backgrounds, their professional experience, et cetera, have a vastly different view than I have of the world. And just because it's in my ward doesn't mean they're going to think that whatever I say is right. In fact, we respectfully argue with one another regularly about issues that I may feel very strongly are fine for the ward, but another commissioner may not. A commissioner's recusal is simply because they believe that they cannot objectively be involved in the discussion and render a decision because of a subjective bias that they maintain. And so it's in fact proper for them to recuse themselves as opposed to sit here and vote if they feel like they can't do so objective and fair-minded. So I just say all that. I assure you that I spent as much time looking at this case as Mary did. I don't even have to ask her. And I know that Commissioner Powers and Commissioner Clare and everybody else up here, everybody did the same thing. I assure you. So your ward is not unrepresented in this discussion, even though Commissioner Coffey had to recuse herself for reasons that were personal to her, okay? It's important to me that you know
I was
that.
only trying to tell you the comments that I've had from people when they called me, and we have talked to Mary, and she's given us her reasons for recusing herself, but I just wanted you to know that this is something that bothers the community, that they feel like they didn't have representation by someone who knows the drainage issues and the other issues of this ward. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Yep.
And so there were some complaints at first, and then about 3 or 4 days later, I started getting calls from people. They were referring me to engineers, county commissioners, very, very professional people in the community. And I did talk to city engineers, and the best that I can surmise from it, and I'm just a realtor, I'm not an engineer, but this is what I've been told, that this area is in the Mustang Creek area, and it starts at Cemetery Road and Northwest 10th Street. And then it filters down, and our church and this property that's being considered to be rezoned is at the very bottom tip of the Mustang Creek. And when it leaves our lands, it goes into a tributary, and then it goes into the river. So we did rezone our property last year. We didn't plan on having any development on it for a long time, and we would never do anything on our property that would harm anybody downstream. And so what happens, from what I understand from 6 engineers I've talked to, is what happens on this property and the property that they're considering to rezone is going to have a tremendous effect on the people downstream. Now, the county commissioner called me, and Sarah Road is going to be widened from Southwest 15th to Southwest 74th Street. There's no date set to do that. It's still under they're still doing their due diligence on it. They did tell me that Southwest 15th, in front of the church and the schools, would be widened in the year 2021. And that is a great relief to me, because the first place that does flood on our church is the front, and it floods over the curbs, and kids and children, if this addition goes in, would have to walk across that street if they were walking to school. So that is a great relief to me to know that they are going to do this. I have driven around the area, and I've tried to understand everything, and what I have looked at is what engineers have told me, that first of all, the FEMA maps the city plans from on the drainage studies is 8 feet off. And that's been determined by debris and seeing where the debris fields have come when it rains. And so our church had a 10-foot cushion before it would flood. Now it has a 2-foot cushion. We've lost 80% of the footage that we had that from the year 2008 that we have now that protects the church. So another 2 feet, our church is going to flood. And already a building is washing out underneath all of the foundation in a storage building we have. And we've lost 3 or 4 acres. We've lost our memorial garden. We are just about to lose the labyrinth, and there's been flash flooding in the area. So that's what the church is looking at. And so when we started looking at the church, all these other people started calling us about their properties. Now, if you look at the current FEMA maps,
60 seconds, Mrs. Graves.
they say that we're not in a flood zone in our church. But the FEMA maps are 8 feet off. And there have been structural losses. I sent everybody here the news story that was done on July 28th of 2020, where a man was lucky that his wife and children did not drown in a flash flood. It's a half a mile, as I understand it, from our church. And the correction, as I understand it, is because the city has been operating off of FEMA maps that are not correct, that the retention ponds and some things that were done upstream to slow the water down so that we don't have flash floodings were not implemented. And so when I started at the beginning of the flood area at Cemetery Road, Northwest 10th, I looked to see how the water was handled. It isn't being handled in retention ponds. It's just the drainage is being set so that it flows away from the buildings but goes directly in a creek, and then it gets to flowing so fast that it does flood areas. But I also looked at that point and realized how much more sales tax the city of Oklahoma City is collecting from this area. It's probably 10 to 15 times what it was just 10 years ago because of all the development. And so then I got to checking about, well, where's the money going? All this sales tax, where's it going? And people have told me that it's going to install new water systems in all these subdivisions that are being approved through Oklahoma City, and it's going to put in new storm sewer systems in these additions, and it's being used to replace defective corrugated pipes that are in sewer systems elsewhere. And so what that means is we're behind on improving the infrastructure to protect the people that are here. And if the FEMA maps are changed and it's showing the correct flood level, then a lot of people are going to have to pay for flood insurance because their lenders are going to require that.
Yep.
So that's kind of the effect on it. And I look at this body and I think about something that happened, in the 15th century with Sir Francis Bacon, where everybody was arguing about how many teeth a horse had in his mouth, And this one young man, after they argued for several days, said, well, why don't you just go look in the mouth of a horse, find out how many teeth they have. And they said, no, that's not how we operate. That's not our procedure. That's not what we do. And I look here and I think, how many of you have even driven into the area and seen what people are having to deal with? Isn't that, so
In a flood, or just driven to the area generally?
Huh?
During a flood, or in driving down there generally?
Just the traffic.
Yeah, I was
And
there 2
watching a
days ago.
child trying to walk down Sarah Road with no, with no sidewalks and getting splashed with water, trying to get to school. Just the backup of traffic.
Mrs. Graves, if I
yeah.
can, I'm going to interject because your time has expired.
Yeah.
This is what I want to, I understand because I have put myself in your position personally, so I can empathize with the frustration that you or other folks feel when they come down. The challenge for us as commissioners is we have a very finite authority for which we review certain types of applications. And our job is to make sure that we stay within the confines of that review. If we didn't, we would be taking steps that subjectively could create more chaos than us simply staying within our fairway. It isn't that we don't want to acknowledge your concern. I'm not going to be the person that reviews this final plat to see if they've done all the calculations to determine whether or not the drainage is right.
If I can make one,
But what I will say is that when that final plat comes through,
Yeah.
if the objective that you had was to make us aware and make us pay super careful attention to what comes back here when that final plat shows up, I want to assure you, you have succeeded. You
There's
have
just-
succeeded.
There's just
So-
one last comment I would like to make. The only reason that I asked for a continuance is we don't have proper FEMA maps. They're off by 8 feet. And
A
when they
FEMA
do
map-
the drainage study, are they going to do it on, even when we tried to get flood insurance for our church, they say your church isn't in a flood zone. Well, it is now because they're 8 feet off. So which maps are they going to use? And if they're going to use correct maps, then how long will it take the city engineers to work through that to give a drainage plan? And
I will ask
yeah.
Mr. Lodge to comment on that at the conclusion of our public comment.
Okay, all
So,
right.
so we get an answer to that.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it very much.
Can I ask this, and maybe we can address it with Mr. Lodge at the end too. She mentioned that the church had a storage facility that has flooded. Does that sufficiently meet the standard of structural flooding that would necessitate mitigation now? Can I ask that now, or?
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Lodge, if you'd like to answer that question for Commissioner Pennington?
Could you repeat that?
Yes,
the location?
she mentioned that the church has a storage facility. The storage facility is flooded. Does that count as structural flooding that should be reported and then mitigated by your office?
They could report that as structural flooding. The thing I would point out on this, though, is that that structure and the church is upstream of this proposed development. And so whether this development is going to have impact on the upstream areas, in my mind, would be very questionable. So they could report that, but it would have impact on the basins that are upstream of them and not downstream. We're looking at the downstream properties as they affect a certain development, not the properties that are upstream.
And again, I'll ask the question. If this commission voted no on this preliminary plat, and all of the issues that were brought up, like children having to flood and having to walk down the street in flooded streets, et cetera, what would occur differently if we were to vote no today about those issues?
It's still my opinion that there would be nothing different that would occur.
Thank you.
Mr. Lodge, if you would, since you happen to be at the microphone at the moment, would you address just quickly Mrs. Graves' comment about the FEMA flood map adjustment and how often those are looked at, just so folks that are curious about that have that information as well?
Yes, I can talk about that. The current flood maps were published in 2008, 2009 for this area. I don't know where the number is coming from that that they're 8 feet off. For someone to make that statement and say that there's that elevation difference, they would have had to have done a study on the entire Mustang Creek Basin to make that determination. The studies, there's not a routine time frame on when the studies are updated. The FEMA studies are based on undeveloped conditions when those models were first created. We do have that we also require developers to look at when they're doing their developments. The USGS did a study where they considered urbanized conditions. So they're looking at fully developed conditions in each of the basins in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City commissioned that study. This was back in the 80s. But they looked at fully developed conditions in the basin. Those elevations are, which we would expect, I'll say substantially different than the FEMA elevations. They may be in some places a foot different, 2 foot different, 3 or 4 feet different. I don't know where the 8-foot elevation difference came from, but someone would have had to have studied that entire basin in order to make that determination.
Yeah, this is rhetorical, but FEMA essentially updates those maps when FEMA wants to update those maps.
Essentially, yes. Now, we can go in and at any point, the city can commission another study. We could hire a consultant to do
Right,
a
but FEMA
study
on
on
its
that
own.
basin and submit that to FEMA and ask for the maps to be revised. Now, they may not be published immediately, but the map would be revised. The elevations would be changed.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Launch.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner
While
Brown.
I've got you at the microphone, and I don't mean this to be sort of an unfair question, but I'm curious, you know, we often comfort ourselves, I think, I'll speak for myself, with the fact that my understanding is that development is not allowed to make downstream discharge worse than it is before that development occurs. I mean, that's kind of the standard. When you're looking at, you know, what somebody has to accomplish with their detention or retention and drainage plan for the development of a particular tract of land, what they need to accomplish is they can't make the runoff, the discharge from that piece of land worse as a result of the development that occurs. Is that a fair statement, do you think?
I think that's a fair statement.
So, given that, can you speculate a little bit for me about how it is that nonetheless, as development occurs, downstream runoff and drainage and flooding seems to get worse? I mean, what is the effect that is causing that? If it's not the development, is it because you're looking at it in little chunks and somehow the pieces don't necessarily add up to the whole, or what's going on there?
Hydraulics are kind of a funny thing when you start looking at runoff and creek hydraulics, and you know, in some places the answer is, well, we need to require every development to do detention, and that would solve the problem. But there are certain situations where it would make it worse. This particular location may be one of those spots. And it just has to do with the timing of the runoff. So that's kind of it's an interesting question to answer, that every development has the potential to increase the runoff downstream. It's just the nature of development. We've increased the hard surface. So I think it'd be a combination of things, and really the only way to really study it and see what the full effect is going to be would be to study an entire basin. We do spend our time looking at small pieces, and which is understandable. We have developers that they own a small piece of property. They don't own the entire basin. So probably the answer to that is that at some point there needs to be a basin-wide study done for that would show what the impact of a lot of this development is going to be. And
We don't routinely do that.
FEMA does not do that, no. Oh, do we do that in the city? That's actually under discussion in Public Works now for us to begin updating these drainage basins. And it's because we are experiencing the flooding. We're seeing runoff conditions, newly developed conditions, that are causing conditions downstream that probably weren't anticipated when these things were first done. But yeah, that is something that we're looking at doing. Those are very, very big projects to undertake.
Long-term,
Long-term, they take a long time to do. The other effect of that can be that once we do these new basin studies and we come up with new 100-year water surface elevations, we run the risk that if we change those maps, that now people that were not originally considered in a floodplain, as far as FEMA is concerned, will now be in a floodplain, and they would be required to buy flood insurance. So there's other effects that we've got to look at as far as the adoption of some of these types of studies, but that's something that we're looking at.
Can I add my own question here now? If you know, when was the last time that the drainage ordinance was updated to our current ordinance?
I couldn't give you a date, but I know I have been doing engineering on the consulting side in Oklahoma City since before 1990, and it's the same one that was in effect then. So I had heard someone say it's been about 40 years.
So there's been no significant update or change in policy to the way that we handle drainage during that entire period?
That's true.
Okay. So it's possible that the trouble that currently exists is because of potentially a lack of that update and responsiveness?
It's possible, but then some of the things that we're seeing too would be that what design storm do we look at? You know, do we design everything for the 100-year storm, or do we go to the 500-year storm? Once you start getting into some of these higher frequency storms for design criteria, you start making the cost prohibitive on the developers to do their development. But not only that, when we put together these ordinances, we hold the city staff and projects that we do on our bond projects and our CIP projects, we hold ourselves to that same standard. So not only would the developers be hit with a much, much higher development tab, which is driving cost up for everybody, the city's going to get hit with that exact same increase in the cost. So it's not just that the ordinance being updated would have solved the problem, it's what do we want to use as that criteria for the design. And yeah, we could say we're going to design everything for the 500-year storm, but what you would see is absolutely nothing happening in the city of Oklahoma City.
Which potentially would solve the issue.
It might solve the
That's an
flooding
that's an
issue.
interesting,
Well,
conclusion there, but.
obviously, you
yeah.
know, I'm Ward 6, so I'm the downtown ward. To me, I kind of get it. I mean, like, you know, when you're covering a lot of currently greenfield area, something's changed. I think the pattern of development in these areas has probably led to a lot of the issues that the outside areas of our city suffer from. I think the more we can incentivize development in the core, this might help. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Lodge. We appreciate it. Okay, at this time, I'm going to run through the list of other people that are signed up to speak. I'd really like to hear about issues other than drainage. The first person that I have signed up is Joe Bontempo.
You want something else about drainage?
I do not, honestly.
Get that out of the way.
Yeah, I really don't. I think we get it. I mean, if I have other commissioners who have questions or they want to elaborate on it, then I'm happy to let them discuss that at that time when we get to discussion. But I think it is very clear what the drainage issue is, and we are very aware of it at this point.
I don't think this part of it came up. I'd like to just give you 1 minute.
I'll give you 60 seconds.
Great.
And if you'd start by giving us your name and address, Mr. Smith.
Okay. Michael W. Smith, 11608 Southwest 3rd Street in Yukon, Oklahoma. A member of the Church of the Good Shepherd there on 15th Street, Southwest 15th Street. And I want to just add to and underscore something that what we're working with. Before we start doing anything, before we spend money on it, before we actually put lives in front of us, or before we address the public safety part of this thing, we have to look at what we're working with. 2008 was the FEMA study, okay? 2 years later, Lightning Creek flooded, killed people. They had to move out a bunch of houses just to be able to find 21 acres for for a detention pond. Point there, detention pond. The second thing is, if we go in and use the FEMA maps for 2008, and we use those and supplement that with updated studies before we go out and fill up the whole area with development, then we have an opportunity to control the flooding as things are being developed, not afterwards. So I'm saying that this parcel of land serves a purpose out here. Since we didn't address it early in the development, we have some places out there where we can put retention ponds that will satisfy some of those needs. So that's what I'm saying. We need to update our efforts and look at maybe reserving some of these places or requiring some of the things that we need that we didn't prepare ourselves before this. This is one piece of land that is available in the middle of this problem that's up against Mustang Creek and up against its tributary that we can put in a retention pond that will help a lot there. And we ought to consider that as we develop this parcel of land. And it's not to say that we ought to do this with everything, but it's right up against Mustang Creek. We're right up against that thing, just like it was at Lightning Creek, downtown Oklahoma City, where they had to go and buy 80 houses just to go and put that 21-acre retention pond. So I want to just add that we have to start with things that we know here and not go overboard on overdevelopment.
Mr. Smith, if I may, and I do not intend this, I wish I could take this off so you'd see my face. I do not intend this to be smug. Our body does not have the ability to purchase a piece of land to hold it for the benefit of detention. That is not something we can do, okay?
I understand
so
that.
I want to encourage you to call and I'm sure you have, please call your city council person and express this concern to them. They are the person who can bring that to the appropriate body. So when things like GeoBond projects and other funding issues are discussed, they're aware of this issue and can advocate for the ward to have dollars allocated. That is not what we're here to do.
That was not. I want to clarify that. I'm not saying to find dollars to go and do this. I'm saying as you go in and put the planning in areas like this where you have an accelerated growth rate and development, I think what we need to do is slow that down and make sure that we're incorporating a plan, which is not out there yet. We need to incorporate a plan before then, saying we need for developers to be able to see this is our plan. Remember, the developers first saw the plan for the turnpike coming in, and it stops right there.
And developers saw that this piece of land was previously zoned R1 long before this discussion ever started to take place. They could have just gone to the 9th floor and pulled a permit and started building houses.
I understand that. They can zone it whatever they want to, and we understand what the process is here. But I'm talking about the eventual stamp that says, okay, go build and change the conditions out here.
Okay.
And that's the process I'm talking about that Mr. Lodge was visiting with you on. That first you go through the zoning, you get all the way to here, and now you go and start looking at what the drainage is. I would offer a consideration from the commissioners to reverse that, so you can understand the change of conditions. Right now, we should see what the flow patterns of the water, what's happening with the flooding right now, so that when they submit the final plat, you can see the difference. And if it made a positive difference, easy, stamp it. If it made a negative difference, change it so it can move forward. But we need to put that in front of us because that is underscoring public safety in this area.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Smith. We appreciate it. Joe Bontempo, would you like to be heard, sir? Start out by giving us your name and address for the record, and then let us know if there's something else besides drainage we need to know about.
Yeah, my name is Joe Bontempo. I live at 2101 Dogwood Creek Avenue. The first thing I want to say is thank you. Thank you for hearing us. I know you don't get told that enough, but thank you. I know we got your ears. I watched the last hearing on TV, and you spent 10 minutes talking about, before anybody even talked, about all the emails you got, all the pictures you've got. I'm probably responsible for a lot of those because I've been out there in the streets talking to neighbors,
Good for you.
okay? Because we got a problem. We've got a real problem, sir. And I know you don't want to talk about flooding. All I'm going to do is pass out a picture. I had an event at my house last summer during a storm where we had quite a bit of rainfall. And I'm going to pass this out to you. I didn't take any pictures. I didn't know this was going on. I didn't take any pictures. If I could go back in time, I would take pictures. But I did draw a red line in my yard. When you're looking at this here and you look at the second dip coming down on this PUD here, that's my house across that creek. Okay? That's my house that I've invested into, spent over $250,000 investing into that house. Okay? So I'm going to pass these out to you. Can I pass this way and you can? So that's my house. So what does this PUD have to do with that concern? I don't know. That's where the water line was,
Yep.
on my house.
As I said, Mr. Bontempo, to Mrs. Graves, I assure you,
I'll be done in just a
no,
second.
we're going to have a very long discussion on the final plat
I know,
about the
but
detention.
this will just take
yeah.
just a minute, okay? But I also want to not reiterate, but I tell you that there was two other events this last year I didn't get pictures of that were just normal storm events. And on the bottom part of there where you see the street, you go up about 2 feet up to the first sidewalk. That's the city sidewalk. And then you go up an additional 6 to 8 feet up to our home sidewalk. That bottom part has been covered twice by just normal storms. That sits 2 feet above the street. And the only reason I bring this up are those are normal storm events, just regular rains, a couple inch of rain, something like that. Now, the second thing that nobody's talked about, and this is a concern of mine, and it's that R2. So you guys went ahead from the last, I watched the video, you guys went ahead to move forward with it.
And just because we recommended approval of that rezoning to city council, it still has to be approved at city council.
Correct.
Okay,
I
just making
understand.
sure.
But it went forward
It did.
to this meeting, which is going to go forward to something else. My question to you is, what's to keep them from making the whole thing R2?
It's not zoned that way.
But what's to keep them from coming back and asking that the whole thing?
Nothing.
There's
No,
nothing, right?
No, anybody can file an application for a rezoning.
So that's my concern, because there is information out there that talks about R2 zoning, multifamily, typically rental property, where crime rates go up. Okay? Because you got people turning over in there. It's not like single-family homes and ownership. So I do have a concern about that for our neighborhood just to the south. Okay? So those are the 2 points I wanted to bring up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bontempo. We appreciate it. We really do. Next person I have signed up that wanted to speak.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to just reiterate and be very clear about this in my own mind. The neighborhood that this gentleman lives in is actually upstream from the property that we're here to talk about today. Is that correct?
Directly down, just to the south. It's the neighborhood right to the south of that map. I don't know if you all can see it.
So if we can, Cindy, move your cursor over to the neighborhood to the south. It is that neighborhood up north of that.
A little further.
Right there.
Yeah, right there.
Yes, yes.
And so is it upstream or downstream from the property that we're here to talk about today?
So it would technically be, depending on where you are in the neighborhood, it would technically be both, right?
Yeah, it could be either. If
Could
you're
be
to
either.
the west, it would be upstream. If you're to the east, it would be downstream.
Okay.
And the church is upstream.
So, does that help you, Commissioner Powers?
Okay.
Okay, the next person I have signed up to speak is Jake Bogner. Mr. Bogner, be sure and give us your full name and address for the record, and let us know what we need to hear.
Thank you. Jake Bogner, 2129
Forgive me.
Mulberry Creek. Joe and I did go door to door for a petition asking the neighborhood on their opinion of this development. We are not opposed to any development in our area. We want to be very, very clear about that. We want our property values protected at all costs. We understand that developing creates streets. We understand it is currently zoned an R1. We're pushing for an R2, and the question is why? Again, no matter what you heard, R2 development has smaller lots, larger roofs, more people, less amount of water runoff. That's simple mathematics. It's zoned R1. Let's develop it as R1. There's no reason
Mr. Wagner,
to flood our neighborhood.
The property has already been recommended by this body for approval to rezone, so it is going to city council. All we're discussing today is the plat.
Okay. You don't want to talk about water runoff, I understand. I want to talk about property damage that occurs from the water runoff. We see our property lines on everyone on the north side of Mustang Creek eroding away. That water, no matter what we've heard today, downstream affects upstream water flow. Downstream cannot disperse that water across Sarah Road fast enough that we don't see upstream damage. In our sub-addition of Mustang Creek, we have a bridge to the north and a bridge to the south. During last year's storms, the water level flooded Sarah Road. Proposing more housing without a water study, we're asking for the delay so we protect our property values and the fact that emergency vehicles will have a difficult time getting into our sub-addition if those bridges are flooded.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Bogner.
appreciate your guys' time, but please, we're here to protect the taxpayers.
We
Help us,
understand.
help us.
We appreciate you coming down. Thank you very much. I have Michael, and forgive me because I can't read it. I believe it's Burkett. Is it? Forgive me if I have that wrong.
It's close enough, close enough. Thank you very much. Look, I was here to talk about the flooding process that's going on there, and I don't want to take time, but I do want to just show you a picture. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. Would you give us your name and address for the record,
Michael
please?
Burkett, 724 Alamo Way in Mustang is my residence.
Thank you.
Would you come out here and help me?
Mr. Burkett, if you can just keep scooting till you get back in front of the microphone so that the folks at home,
So
like
this-
Mr.
this is-
Bogner last time, can
Okay.
hear us.
This is a flood in 2007 on the church's property. This is probably, this is 14 years ago. There you go, David. This is probably 14 years ago, so this is before 80% of the development in the area upstream had taken place. And that's what was happening 14 years ago. So you can imagine the potential for disaster in that area now, given what you're looking at that's happened May of 14 years ago. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it. Last person I have signed up to speak today is Sarah Carnes. And again, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name.
My name's Sarah Carnes. I live at 10022 Birkenhead Court. My husband Jeremy and I have lived in Westbury South for almost 18 years. So we've seen the implications and the need for development and in my opinion, the misguided decisions that have got us to the flooding issues, because Oklahoma City has failed to provide adequate and safe infrastructure. You all continue to make approval of these small plots of land without having the foresight to develop the roads. And we expand the turnpike and the runoff, and then it gets moved, and so then the turnpike gets moved, and so the runoff is moved as well. Our streets are flooded, they're old, they're rickety. We live in $200,000, $250,000, $400,000 homes, and the plot of land that's right there has been vacant. It's a green zone. But you have stated today, along with this gentleman, that you have no idea when you are widening Sarah Road, but you're about to.
Well, wait a minute, just to clarify, no, that's not true, that's not what I said.
Well, there's no date.
Sarah Road has been approved for widening through the 2017 GO bond project, general obligation bonds, so it is a funded project.
Right.
It is just not yet scheduled for construction,
Correct.
but it is funded.
But you continue to allow and approved what's going on south of Southwest 15th and the development of more houses and more houses. And I can tell you exactly what the problem is that you have approved commercial building on Mustang Road. That is where we're getting issues with runoff and then the turnpike. I'm here also as a teacher for Mustang Schools, and I will briefly read part of this letter that was submitted to us, our team, from Mustang Public Schools. And it is from the Assistant Superintendent of Operations.
Mr. Pittenger? Is this Jason Pittenger?
Yes.
A
So do
copy
you
of
have
that
it?
letter is actually in our packet, just so you know.
Okay, so his concern is that the school districts are bonded and their indebtedness has affected their ability and potential propose a past bond issue. And it goes on, you read it. And then it says evidence at the end. Evidence is clear that Canadian County is the fastest growing county in the state of Oklahoma. Yet here the city has not funded the infrastructure for that growth in that area. It's been piecemealed. And so we're seeing the evidence of that. With the growth comes increased traffic flow, infrastructure usage, maintenance need, and population density, placing ever-increasing demands on roads, sidewalks, entrances, and exit to neighborhoods, along with drainage, utility demands, and usage. City services such as water, trash, emergency services, resulting in challenges not unique to rapidly growing urban and suburban areas. Considering the school district transports over 8,000 kids daily, so the roads impact our buses. We have no money for buses. That road from Southwest 15th to Southwest 29th is miserable. I drive it every day. I see students walking to the mid-high and elementary on no sidewalk, in grass so high. The city doesn't maintain that as well, because we are considered, and when I bought up a house out there, it is considered no man's land. I live in no man's land. That's what everybody refers it to. I pay high county taxes for Canadian County. You know, we have high crime out there because the nearest police station is near the airport. We get missed, and we continually have been missed and missed and missed. Yet you approve commercial growth, and that's great because that helps Oklahoma City, that helps with economic growth in jobs and providing jobs out in that neighborhood. But your job is to make sure that our infrastructure, which is street and drainage, effectively meets pre-regulations in 1990. My goodness, that's when I graduated high school. When are you going to start doing what you need to do instead of just looking at these small plots? It's affecting us, our community, and my neighbors that live in the south part of Westbury South. So I encourage all of you to take a drive, go and sit in morning traffic or evening traffic, or drive down that bumpy road every day. It's annoying. And I don't like the somewhat condescending. People are watching this. People are watching. They are concerned. And it's your job to represent us that are already there and hold out on this plot of land and really do the investigative whatever survey that needs to be done, and don't be blindsided just by yet another development.
Thank you, Ms. Carnes. We appreciate you coming down very much. That is the last person I have signed up to speak. Is there anybody else that wanted to be heard on this item today? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it over to Commission for discussion. I guess I'll take the lead on it here and just say this. Again, growth, to Ms. Karn's point, creates a lot of challenges. There was a lot to unpack in what you said, and if I thought that everybody else wanted to be here for another hour or so, we could do it. What I will tell you is that we do the best that we can. We had recently, Commissioner Coffey asked me to be a part of a call with Mustang Public Schools. Mr. Pittenger was on that call, and we visited about the school district, the growth capacity issues. This body is prepared to authorize a letter today. We're submitting to City Council on that issue of recommendations that we had. This body met with 20 school districts from the surrounding metro to get their feedback, try to improve communication. As you will recount from his letter, we deal with the same challenges the school does. We have a limited amount of money to serve an overwhelming city, 621 square miles. I actually lived in Wood Run as a child at Reno by Checkhole. That's where I grew up. I'm very familiar with no man's land. I was at Oklahoma City limits. I went to Mustang schools. I went to Mustang Trails and Mustang North Middle School. And then I had a Yukon mailing address. It was the weirdest thing ever. So I'm very familiar with the area. Development along Mustang Road and sales tax, we approve that because we're trying to grow a pie. We're trying to keep more money coming into the system so that we can do things like catch up on infrastructure projects. One of the things that we all deal with and had to learn that was really eye-opening for me is that in 2017, when we passed the bond issue, it's 10 more years before the city council has a crack at that to issue new projects, which is why the best thing I can do from this chair is tell these folks what I told them today. Please call your council person. Make sure your council person is aware of these pressing issues so that when these conversations start on bond issues, they can lead the way for making sure those projects get to the forefront of the issues in their ward. It's the best thing we can do. It is not a perfect system, but everybody up here does their best. This is a preliminary plat. As far as I can tell, according to the staff report that I was provided, it meets the subdivision regulations. There is nothing about this plat that doesn't meet those regulations. And Mr. Brummett from our municipal council office can correct me, but unless there is something there, we are sort of limited in what we can do at this point to, turn the development aside. There's not a basis by which to do that. The zoning application, I felt like, was fairly straightforward. Again, they could have gone and carved that property up without any review of this body or city council and gone in and carved it up into 6,000 square foot lots, cut in streets, and started pulling permits and building houses. They came back, we reviewed it. This drainage issue came up in particular. We've discussed that, in my view, ad nausea, and we know the issue. At this point, it's about figuring out who can address it. Mr. Lodge from Public Works was here to essentially provide certainty that we're aware and that they're working through this. And I think it is probably crystal clear to Mr. Grubbs, who I believe is the engineer on this project, that he better come with a good drainage plan for this site. And nobody up here is going to be lost when that gets back, that we need to take a long look at that final plat before we sign off on it. I'm going to have lots of questions about detention at that meeting, lots of questions about drainage. The next item on this agenda that I hope some of you will stick around and see is interesting because we get maps like the one that's been on the screen for the last 52 minutes, and it actually means nothing. It is a demonstration of what the plat is supposed to or could look like. The same way we get really pretty pictures of buildings and people think, oh, this is what's going to get built. Not necessarily. The plat's what matters. And we heard the similar complaints from the neighborhood on the next item about drainage and other issues. And lo and behold, even though this is a preliminary plat in the next item, we see detention being incorporated into that with the reality that it's going to be necessary. City staff is doing the best they can. They're doing their job. We're doing the best we can, but we have limited tools. And with that, I don't know if anybody has any concerns over the plat itself or other comments they want to make, but I don't see a basis with which it makes sense not to approve a preliminary plat for this item.
I do have one comment that I'd like to add that I think would help color this conversation a little bit further for people, in my opinion. One of the things that helps me understand how we've gotten to where we're at in terms of our development pattern is the first chapter of our comprehensive plan update that happened in the last 5 years. So this is a current document that went through an intense public process. And one of the things that we already knew, but we verified with that study, was that our problem is our pattern of development. So I don't mean this to come off as as an insult to the people in this room, I guess, but single-family development, R1 development in these areas where it is predominantly R1, right, has, if you think about it, there are less taxpayers there because your land is less dense. So there is less tax to catch up and pay for all of these infrastructural needs. So when you guys also come down and fight against every R2 or R3 development in the area, it's, you're going both ways on it. You got to decide, do you want higher taxes? Because the options are, right, city council comes and doubles or triples your taxes, which will actually, frankly, cities don't get, or Oklahoma City in Oklahoma, they don't get tax or general funding from property taxes anyway. But the more people we get in the area, right, the more potential tax base for the commercial and sales tax, which we do collect. But you've got to have that density to pay for it. That, or we've got to raise sales tax. So you've got to decide which way you want to go. I think it's clear as can be to me from up here. You can argue with my point, but just please take the time to go look at that first chapter of the comprehensive plan. It's very short. I think it provides a lot of very good and instructive data in terms of really the problem that we've created for ourselves here.
Well,
and it's worth the time.
To your point, Commissioner Highsmith, we had a school superintendent in this room at that podium who told us one of the biggest challenges is that she doesn't have the commercial ad valorem base for to essentially fund bonding issues for her school district. So, Ms. Carnes, to your comment, for example, the commercial development along Mustang Road, the ad valorem tax base that's there is a lot higher in terms of what it generates to go back into the school district that it's inside of, as opposed to like a residential development. And so she was essentially insisting that we find a place for more commercial development. We can't wave a wand and make commercial happen or wave a wand and make R1 happen. We have to take what comes into the application process and comes to the podium. So we understand. Yep. Any other commissioners have comments or thoughts they want to add? Commissioner Powers?
Just a couple quick ones. To the gentleman who was concerned about the R2 zoning, I just want to reiterate the fact that even though we have ruled on that, as far as our sphere of influence goes, it is going to council. If you have concerns about the zoning, you need to contact your city councilman, councilperson about that and make it clear what your concerns are. It hasn't been decided finally yet.
Well, just I hate to do that to you, but we don't take comments away from the microphone and away from the floor. We're just engaged in committee discussion at this point. I understand, sir. Again, we're not going to engage this way, so I appreciate it.
The other thing is, I think one of the things that it may be news to people, is that this issue of downstream flooding of structures being the issue that triggers detention requirements. And I think, it is important. I'm not sure everybody who has a flood, reports it to the city. But it is important that you do that because that is the information that they use to make these decisions. And frankly, in terms of our ability to impact that issue, I think maybe it's something that we ought to take a look at. The idea that it's only structural flooding that triggers that review and requirement is a little problematic, I think. Clearly if there's flooding or ponding or whatever it is on vacant land, that's a pretty good indication that there's an issue there.
Well, there's certainly other public safety concerns associated with flooding that has nothing to do with structures.
Absolutely. So those are the only comments I wanted to make.
Thank you, Commissioner Powers. Any other comments? Commissioner Pennington, do you have something you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, because I know that we engage, we are so used to having these kinds of discussions that I want to make it clear that we are not glossing over in any way, shape, or form the concern. I read every single email. I looked at every single photo. I take it very seriously. I try to envision, as I'm about to vote on this preliminary plat, that I live in this house. I appreciate this man's comments. I appreciate him sharing with us all of these serious issues that are happening right now with all of the flooding and the drainage issues that are going on near the creek. The most compelling thing that I heard today about this issue, and it came down to the question that I asked multiple times. If we voted no today, does that change the circumstances in this neighborhood? Does it improve the conditions in that neighborhood? And the answer is no. In fact, it's quite the opposite. If we approve this preliminary plat, the drainage study gets done immediately, the mitigation gets planned so that we can, and then we get another chance to evaluate whether or not we can effectively mitigate the problems that all of these people, all of these neighbors have shared. So I just want to be clear that I'm voting yes because I believe that voting no doesn't solve the problem, and because voting yes ensures that there is immediate action to try to take mitigating measures over this issue. So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Pennington. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, if there's no other discussion, then we've reached a point where we need to make a motion on the item. So I don't know if somebody has a motion they're prepared to make, but I'm certainly willing to take one at this point.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item 6.
I have a motion, and I had a verbal and I think an electronic second as well.
I'll go second.
Thank you. Please cast your votes when available. And just to be clear, Commissioner Pennington, before we vote, the item that we're voting on is in deletion of TE2, includes the deletion of TE2.
Yes, sir. I amend my motion to include that TE2 be deleted.
Got it. Thank you very much. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Powers? You're fine. That application is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda today is item number 7.
Item 7 is case C-7227, preliminary plat of Chisholm Springs, located north of Southeast 15th Street and east of South Morgan Road, as well as a variance to section 5.2.8.d of the subdivision regulations.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to step out briefly.
Okay.
Not a recusal. I'll be right back.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicant, Kendall Dillon is the civil engineer for the project, who's also here. And I believe my client, the developer, is also here with us. This is a preliminary plat on a piece of property that you, as a commission, have heard several times in 2 separate applications, that being PUD 1734, and then on the north, I believe it's PUD 1784 at this point. At the time of PUD 1734, when it made its way to City Council, there was a request that the potential stub street onto Sundrop Place be blocked and rather provide a crash gate there. That was put into the PUD at the request of the council person. When those are done, it creates a bit of an awkward situation because now we come before you, the Planning Commission, and we need a plat approved. The plat approval is going to require a variance to the subdivision regulations because, of course, zoning cannot vary subdivision regulations the way that our system is set up here in Oklahoma City, because plats, subdivision regulations live and die within the Planning Commission. They do not go to the City Council. So that is the reason why we need a TE on item number 2. To maintain the ability to have a crash gate here at Sundrop. We do have a boulevard entrance along 15th Street, and we do have a future stub up here at the northern portion of the plat. As it relates to TE6, what we're asking for is a fee in lieu. The reason being, there is a significant grade change along 15th Street. It's approximately 13 feet in drop in elevation. We don't believe that we could possibly meet ADA requirements along that stretch. I do believe 15th Street was just recently widened and a sidewalk was not provided in that city project. I believe it's because of perhaps the grading issue. So what we're asking for on TE6 is that we be permitted to pay a fee in lieu along 15th Street because of grading issues. We don't believe we can meet ADA requirements.
For the purposes of just getting clarification on the record for the language, we could just say, or a fee in lieu shall be paid. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And have you talked to staff about the fee in lieu on that issue? I mean, is any objection received from staff on that item?
I don't believe we have.
Okay. Jeff, do you think there'd be an objection to that from your standpoint?
I was going to check and see what.
You do that and all.
Yeah.
Okay. And then on the, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't think you finished.
I mean, that's pretty much it. So we do need a variance to on TE2. And then on TE6, we'd ask for the ability to provide a fee in lieu of.
I don't think, at least from my perspective, I don't think that it's creates a conundrum for us. We heard those arguments here. As I recall, we recommended approval of the PUD with the, not with requiring the connection, as I recall.
So, no.
We required the connection.
Well, no. There was no recommendation provided. If you'll recall, the applicant was here on
I
behalf...
clearly don't, so.
What's that?
I said I clearly
Okay.
don't, so, yeah.
Well, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. The applicant was here on behalf of himself and had an R1 application. In an effort to be overly transparent, he told the neighbors that the application was for a rent-to-own product, even though it's just an R1 application. There was a motion to deny that failed. There was a motion to approve that failed. Ultimately, it was transmitted to City Council with no recommendation. At City Council, the council person asked for a handful of concessions, which the developer agreed to, but of course in R1, you're not able to do that. And so the only way to put those concessions into writing that are enforceable is through a PUD. It was sent back with a PUD. It came back to the Planning Commission. My recollection is, again, no recommendation was provided. I then was hired. We go to City Council, and at City Council, it was approved with that request to have a crash gate. I mean, you are correct that a lot of the discussion at the time by the majority of the Planning Commission, as I recall from looking at the tapes, was that that should be a connection. We obviously wanted to not have that connection because that was one of the items that the council person wanted, and that was fine with us.
Okay. Well, I think with that, the first thing we need to do is talk about the connection issue, would be my thought. So, commissioners, thoughts on the connection? According to the record we were just given, we sent it on with the required connection or with no recommendation with the connection, and then the council person negotiated that with neighbors. So, thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, I guess, is the purpose of the crash gate or lack of connection the fact that these properties are rental properties as opposed to?
Actually, I do recall one part of the argument that was made. The adjoining neighborhood does not have sidewalks. And I remember a couple of the folks that came forward spoke about the fact that without sidewalks, they were very concerned about the increased traffic cutting through the neighborhood to get over to Morgan Road and, you know, the kids in the street and that sort of thing. That was discussed. There was a lot of protest around the connection, but the basis of it was essentially kind of a public safety type argument. That was the basis of it. Any other thoughts on that? Well, look, then I'll jump out and say, I guess, that I have a very hard time coming back in and not supporting a variance when it was specifically negotiated by the council person and the ward representatives and the ward members. That's probably a step too far for me. I recognize that we have a policy on it. I recognize that in most cases we enforce it, particularly when they're connecting residential to residential with public streets, which we're doing here. But again, I got to give some deference somewhere. I think this is probably a place that makes some sense. Does anybody feel differently? Okay. I don't have anybody to sign up to speak on this item. Is there anybody that wants to be heard on this item today? So if not, and if there's nobody and we're prepared, I'll take a motion. We need to first make a motion on the variance to section 5.2.8D of the subdivision regulations, which is what requires the connection.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant the variance to section 5.2.8.d of the subdivision regulations.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Please cast your votes when available. And that variance to C-7227 is approved unanimously. I need a motion on the item. With the additional correction to TE6, allowing the fee in lieu of.
I move to approve this item 7 with the following amendment to TE6, that the fee in lieu be granted as an alternative, as stated by the chairman.
Perfect. I have a second. I have a motion second. Please cast your votes. And the item is approved.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item number 8.
Item 8 is SP 545, application to operate a mining and processing mineral and raw materials use in the I-2 Moderate Industrial District with AE2 Airport Environment Zone 2 overlay, and it's located at 5201 Southwest 134th Street.
Go right ahead.
Commissioner Blaine Nice, 100 North Broadway, Oklahoma City, for the applicant. This is the easy one today. This is an application for a special permit for a mining operation, which is just north of 134th and west of Meridian. The site is zoned I2 and A2, excuse me, I2 and agricultural, and then to the east is I2 and AE, and to the west is I2 and AE, and then there's a PUD to the north, residential, and then a PUD to the south that's undeveloped. I was, I guess, happier when Commissioner Highsmith brought up the comp plan. This is one of those situations where there's an issue with the comp plan because K&M has been out there for some time, and this is industrial. A lot of, they've got a concrete and asphalt recycling out there. I think Commissioner Coffey drove by, and I responded to her questions about that. But some time ago, and it's been developed just around 10 years or so, the Williamson Farm subdivision, and it's out there, and hence the issue with this application today, I think. I know there's a lot of neighbors here to speak against this, but K&M owns this property. It's agricultural, and they want to have a sand or dirt mining operation right there. And we have gone through the application. This application has been pending since last August, I think. We had a lot of things to do, one of which, because it is noted, it's in the airport overlay zone, and we had to get approval from the FAA, and we've had meetings with the airport director, who's here today to answer any questions, and we've had to comply with extra requirements because of them. But staff report indicates we've complied with all the requirements of the ordinance, and there are essentially 5 technical evaluations, and we agreed all 5 of those. The last item that they put in their staff report has to do with the granting of an additional 17 feet of right-of-way, and of course, we're obligated and happy to do that as part of our application. The issue, and you can see on the map there, we're just south of, I guess, the southwest corner of Williamson Farms. The requirement is to have a 150-foot buffer there between the structure and this operation. Well, we were doing a 150-foot buffer from the property line. Staff has asked that to be 200 feet, which we agreed to. So it's basically 2/3 of a football field away from that property line. This is a fairly small operation. It'll be, the duration could be 20 to 24 years. It just depends on a lot of factors. That's questions been asked. This is a pit I think the staff report indicates that there's going to be crushing machines and conveyor belts and things like that. That is not correct, and I thought we had made that clear when the application was made with the Department of Mines and the engineers here. That was in that application, but we have since told them that equipment will not be there. There will be 4 pieces of equipment on site. There'll be a track hoe that's, going to dig out the material, 1 cat loader, a 10-wheel dump truck that will load the materials in, and then a water truck. As part of the agreement with the airport, our conditional agreement that we have to meet, we are going to water more often. Obviously, you can't have dirt interfering with takeoff and landing and with the radar. So one of the requirements is that we have somebody 24/7 that they can contact if the dirt's too bad and we're required to shut down operations. I know the neighbors, I know you got a lot of phone calls and emails, and the noise, the dust, and the smell are the things that I saw mostly. First of all, as far as the smell, there was an operation to the north and west of this neighborhood or adjacent to it where they're doing composting, and I've had a lot of complaints about that. We're not going to have any composting, so that there shouldn't be a smell issue. The noise, as I said, this operation there's already a lot of truck traffic on 134th. That's where the entrance to this operation will be. It'll stay that way. The traffic, for the most part, will be to the south of this, so it's going to be the furthest point from the neighborhood. So I don't think the noise is going to be any different than what it is already. So I think really what it comes down to, and rightly so, is the dust and the dirt, and I appreciate that. But as I've said, and the airport director's here to talk about it, we're going to be held to higher scrutiny because we are going to have to water more often and be prepared to shut down if it's windy that day or, or not load anything because we cannot interfere with the airport, and that'll minimize the impact on this neighborhood. And like I said, it's going to be 2/3 of a football field away, and we're not even going to be digging on that side. Most of the operation will be on the south side of the pit because that's where they'll be entering, and that's where they're coming from the road. So, as I said, staff's recommended approval with those 5 TEs, and we agree with those, and we would ask for your approval.
Thank you, very much, Mr. Nice. A couple confirming questions before I turn it over to Commissioner Coffey for comments. You said that the operation to the west has been in existence for how long? I know you don't own that. That's not a part of your...
I want to say 4 or 5 years, but I could be wrong. I'm sure there's some people from the neighborhood that know more. I don't represent them. We have no part of that. I do know, I think it was permitted, or somebody even told me today they weren't sure it was approved. I've talked to staff, and they said it was approved. It's supposed to be like a sod farm, and then they ended up doing a lot of composting, which is not what I understand what they were approved for.
Okay.
So,
But you believe it's been in operation about 5 years?
that's my best guess.
And you told me Williamson Farms had been in existence for how long?
I think staff indicated to me the first plat was filed in 2004, maybe 2007, somewhere around then. But this final addition, 10, was about 4 years ago, 4 to 6 years ago.
Okay, but development of the neighborhood began on or around 2004?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's my understanding.
All right. And you confirmed for me, we had a phone call
Yeah.
today briefly, and you confirmed for me that you also own the land to the east of this site. Is that your
They
client
do.
owns the land to the
Yeah,
east of
they
this site? Is
do.
that correct? Okay. Last thing, do you know, and Mr. Butler, you may be the one I have to lean on here. This property is I-2. East of it all the way to Meridian is I-2. West of Williamson Farm is I-2. When Williamson Farm, how did that happen?
The history might be better answered by Janice. I actually wasn't here at that time, or at least in this position, but it was in the airport environment zone, and they came in and requested to, it was a PUD to essentially be able to get out of that zone. And yeah, Janice, do you recall the details of that and kind of? Oh, yeah,
We have had, well, I'll get there. It does, so we don't know is the answer. Commissioner Coffey, ma'am, this is your ward. I'm sorry, I just wanted to get those facts out for folks. Would you have comments you want to make initially to the applicant or questions? I think your microphone is off, Commissioner Coffey. Sir, we'll ask if anybody else wants to be heard in just a moment. Don't panic. I have a whole list of folks, I promise.
My microphone says it's
Now it's on. I can hear you now.
Okay. No, I don't really have any questions.
If I might, one thing I did want to add is that right now it's being farmed, and I may have mentioned that, right up to almost the property line. So this was going to take it back over 200 feet. There won't be any activity over there. But so, I mean, they are turning dirt and causing dust and things like that. Now, I did meet with the HOA, kind of board of directors, and a few other people showed up. And, you know, their feeling is that the agricultural use does not generate as much dust, although depending on what's going on, whether they're plowing or disking, I mean, I think that that's the case. So it's not dust-free out there now, obviously, so this is going to be south of that, so.
Got it.
I have driven out to this area several times last fall when this was first on the agenda before it was continued. Some good times out there, walking the neighborhood with a couple of families, walking their dogs, and one little gal even was walking her cat, which I thought was kind of fun. A really, really vibrant little neighborhood. I couldn't believe the number of people and families in the streets walking around having a good time. One of the afternoons I walked that Prairie Farms, as you might recall, that operation was before the Planning Commission several months ago. And boy, that was an ungodly smell that comes from that Prairie Farm dirt that tried to convince us that wouldn't be the case when I think they were applying for a permit off of Broadway and Britton Road. But that is a terrible, obnoxious smell.
And I want to be clear, in fact, my client says he can smell it.
So I
We
can
don't have any operation like that.
understand why
I mean,
this
it
neighborhood.
is.
Mr. Nice, if we could, I'd really like to hear Commissioner
Okay,
Coffey's
I'm sorry, I
comments.
thought
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand why the neighborhood is apprehensive about another operation on the other side of their neighborhood there. Certainly, the jogging trails and all of the soccer fields and so on that are going on to the east there is concerned about the operation and how it might affect the South Lakes Park. That's a very nice facility that's developing in the area there on the south side of our city. I do have some comments and so on, but I would like to hear from those who have signed up to speak, to hear what they might have to say about the project.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Coffey. Any other questions for the applicant while we have him here?
Yeah,
Commissioners?
just a quick question. You did mention, Mr. Nice, that if the airport authority had an issue with the amount of dust produced by your operation, that they have an immediate way to call and rectify that situation. Is that correct?
And the director's here, that's part of our agreement that's in the TEs that they required, because they can't, wait. If for some reason there's dust, we have somebody 24/7 that's in contact. Of course, this doesn't operate at night, so it'll be during regular business hours. There's no lighting out there, so it'll be in daylight hours. And there's always somebody on site, but they have a 24-hour contact if something comes out about this.
So then my question is, suppose we were, and I'm not saying that I'm because I have a lot of questions, and I want to go ahead and let the neighbors speak, but I do want to ask this. So if the neighbors have an issue with the level of dirt that's produced, what's their recourse? It sounds like the airport has one, but then what do our neighbors do?
They can call also. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some dirt when you're digging this pit, but I don't, other than those immediate houses, I don't think that there's going to be any, as I understand it, the operation of this is in the south, and there's already things going on across the street that creates dust and things, and there haven't been complaints about that, but they'll have the same contact number. Certainly could call and say, hey, it's a particularly windy day, could you cease operations? My client doesn't want to cause problems within them out there. And in fact, the engineers here, we're going to plant, we have this extra buffer, and we're going to plant extra landscaping more than is required, fast-growing trees to keep that, and I don't think you're not even going to be able to see it. And as far as the soccer fields are, that's far enough away. I've driven this over several times. Just, you're not even going to know it's there from the first block off the addition. It's on the south side of the property, and it's to the west somewhat. And it's relatively speaking is a small dirt mine operation. You know, they call it a mine, but, you know, obviously we're digging dirt, and there's things are going to blow. But obviously they have the same ability to contact the operator as does the airport.
So I want to ask, and I'm going to take you at your word on that, Mr. Nice. So then my staff question is, this is a permit. We're just voting on the permit. He's just made an assertion about requirements as far as landscaping and all of those kinds of mitigation measures. Do we have the authority to explicitly put that in the permit? Is that correct?
Yes, we can.
Okay, because that's the only way I could agree to that, is if we were very explicit. So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nice, I do have one question. When I drove by the other day, there was already something in operation, some equipment, because there was a big dust storm. Are there operations already going on there without a permit?
Mr. Nice, if you could go back to the microphone to answer. I know, I understand.
There's farming going on. I mean, they've tilled it, and I was out there today, and they've obviously plowed, and that's frozen over today.
Well, there was a truck and dirt and plowing going on. There's a lot of dirt already in the air.
And that's what I'm saying. You know, the agriculture will cause that anyway. I
So-
will tell you, OG&E, as I understand, is getting ready to put a 3-acre substation right there too at this. That's I don't know what impact that's going to be, kind of in the southeast part of this particular.
Well, it appeared they were stripping the dirt and putting it in a dump truck, but there's a big clouds of dirt. So is that an operation already in progress?
It is not, and so I can't speak to what you saw. I apologize. They're not mining dirt per se. They may have been moving some vegetation or things because, as part of the agricultural part, trees and things, because they do have to clear it for the agricultural. So.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions as well, sort of in keeping with Commissioner Pennington's comments. There have been a number of assertions made, such as, you know, there'll be no composting on the property. That's an easy thing to put into the permit. That, you know, extra landscaping sounds good, but it's not very definitive. I'd like to know what that's going to be and where it's going to be. That there's no lighting, that it's a daylight operation only. All of those are conditions that can be put into the permit. Yes, that there's a 24/7 contact available, not just to the airport, but to the neighbors. You've said that you're going to water more often. I'd like to know what that means. And also that most of the operation will be on the south side of the property, but the limitation is only on the northern 200 feet, is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question.
The permit itself is only going to provide that there won't be any mining on the northern 200 feet of the property.
Right, there's a 200-foot buffer between the property line and the north side of the pit.
So when you say that most of the operation will be on the south side, that's not necessarily a limitation that's being put into the permit.
Well, what it is.
Mr. Nice, there's 5 people at home that are anxiously awaiting your response to that cannot hear you. Just make sure you stay right there, please.
And the engineer may be able to explain it to me a little more, but when you build a pit, as you go farther down, it's not straight down. It's got to be sloped, obviously. And the trucks are entering for 134th, and they will enter the south side of the pit. And in fact, you know, we can load on the south side. So there are not a lot of large pits, stockpile dirt all the way around the pit. That is not what this is designed to be. It's a smaller pit, and it will only be stacking dirt that's needed for the next day if somebody calls and going to make an order. So it's going to be small storage, and it's going to be done on the south end of that pit because that's where the trucks will access. And so and one of the things, you know, that under the general standards of the permit, the staff reports out that council can require these things, and we are agreeable to have these things in the permit so that we can be held to them.
Good,
Yeah.
good. And then, the staff report, the TEs make reference to a dust management plan. I'd love to know what that is. To a revegetation plan, I'd love to know what that is and why it prohibits winter wheat and rye. I don't understand that. And what the wildlife mitigation plan is. Those are all referenced in here. I'd love to hear more about that.
Well, we have to do that, and we'll have to have that agreement with the airport. We've got a written agreement now that limits what types of grasses we can grow. I worked on another airport issue one time, and I learned a lot about you don't want to fence in the wildlife, and you don't want to plant grass that they like to eat. So they collect there. So we cannot plant certain grasses. We're going to limit that. We are required if water's in the pit and it starts attracting wildlife, we're going to be required to have a permit through the wildlife department to remove those, either through noise to remove them or terminate them, however you want to say it. So, and the director's here. I mean, we've already been in conversation with him, and we will be, and actually part of our deal, as I recall, we'll have quarterly meetings with them to monitor the situation, because obviously it's a very sensitive when you're in the airport overlay that you can't react later. You got to be proactive in these, and they're going to require us to do that. So.
I understand and appreciate that, but it's also right next door to a neighborhood. Driving, I don't know what kind of wildlife you're talking about, out of this pit, it's going to go somewhere. So I'd just like to know a little bit more about that if we're going to seriously consider this application.
I think we can certainly include that or request that in staff comments toward the end if we want to get into the specifics of that, the wildlife and revegetation and all that sort of stuff.
You don't want geese and things like that, and there's certain types of grasses. We've already gotten that in our agreement with the airport.
Understood. Any other questions for the applicant at this time?
I have one.
Go right ahead, Commissioner Clare.
Site security, will this be fenced?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fenced now.
Okay.
It will be, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nice. I have a number of folks signed up to speak. I just want to note for the purpose of the record, too, we received a significant number of letters. I don't know exactly how many are in my packet. It's a lot. But one of the letters that I'm going to call on, I think Chris Skelton, is Mr. Skelton here? If you'd come forward. I know that you're representing the HOA, is that correct? Yes, sir. I'd like to hear from you first.
Chris Skelton, 1220 North Walker, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Chair Cravens and Commissioners, my name is Chris Skelton. I'm here on behalf of the Homeowners Association, our residents, and about 1,500 plus residents of the South Side. I'm accompanied by Sean Abinado. He's got a background in mining and an entrepreneurial background. I'm also accompanied by Miss Jillian Soley, who's got a background in emergency management, health and safety. My background is civil engineering, real property, and law. I'm here to discuss the best use of the property and subject to the special permit 545. And thank you, Ms. Lakin, for pulling up slide 1. As you can see, what you're looking at on slide 1 is a product of this Planning Commission's vision in the 2000s. The city has invested millions of dollars in South Lakes Park to urbanize this area. And to complement that recreational area, you guys have worked hand in hand with the developer, Mark Livingston. Mark, would you please raise your hand? Stand up. So any questions you got about the airport trust, get it from the horse's mouth, as the analogy the lady tried to make earlier. The Planning Commission and Mark worked hand in hand to develop this. And as you can see, that Williamson Farm is centered, and then to the right, you got South Lakes Park. It's comprised of 158 acres of a running trail, fishing, recreational area, and just to the west of it, you have the soccer complex, South Lake Soccer Complex, and I've also got a director of the South Lake Soccer Complex here as well. And just to the south of that, you have the preserves, another upscale community. Williamson Farms is a 250-acre plus community with about, I want to say, 730 or more homes. It's got running trails, as she mentioned, and ponds, and you'll see pictures later. And if you look to the west, you see that new residential development proposed. That is where this stink pit is that we talked about earlier. Guys, I don't know how it happened, but they came in through a special permit through this commission, and it's there.
Do you know what year that occurred?
Excuse me?
Do you know which year that occurred?
Yes, sir, I do, as a matter of fact. Less than 2 years ago. And Chair Cravens, I'm glad you asked that question, because what happened is the residents got fed up with the smell, the flies, the birds. So I approached them, and I said, hey, guys, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. They sat down, they worked with us. And they realized, man, this isn't going to work. A commercial, industrial type of business right next to the single largest gated community in the state of Oklahoma, this isn't going to work. And so what have they done? We understand that they're under contract to sell the property, and it's going to be used as a new residential development. And then if you look to the south, guys, you got the proposed mine. That's upwind, 200 feet away. Oh, sorry. That is upwind, 200 feet away, with no transitional zoning. That's important. And so when you look at this map, you see the common theme is residential, parks and recreation, not heavy industrial. Can we go to the next slide? And Chair Cravens, as you mentioned earlier, this is I2 zoned. What does that mean? Light manufacturing. Services may generate low levels of noise, odor, smoke, and dust. Does not depend on heavily or frequently personal visits. Commissioners, strip mines sell the earth. Tractors come in and out to remove the dirt, take it to projects. A lot of frequent visits will be made. And then if you take a look at this city's I3 district, what the city defines an I3 district as. And the points of it are, it's relatively high levels of noise, vibration, smoke, and dust. These industrial uses are incompatible with residential uses. They should be located downwind and as far away as possible from residential. And as discussed earlier, the mine's location is upwind, 200 feet away, with no transitional zoning. And as far as I'm concerned, there's no plan to mitigate any of its activities. And thank you, Commissioner Pennington, for pointing that out earlier. So essentially what K&M is asking for is I3 zoning, not I2. We can go to the next slide. Ms. Lakin.
Mr. Skelton, just one clarifying question. Ms. Lakin, if you can, could you put that slide with the map back up? Something's not jiving with me. So the new residential development proposed is what you're calling the stink pit. Is that correct?
Yes.
My understanding is that that was permitted by the state, not the city. Are you certain that the city permitted that?
Sir, I think they had to get a special permit.
Okay. South of that was actually the operation I was referring to, which is not shown. There's a mining, looks like a mining operation to the west of the existing.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
How long has that been in existence?
You know, I don't know, and Mark can probably answer that question better than I can. He's been here since the early 2000s, but I will tell you that that mine has been inoperable for quite some time.
Okay.
Ever since I've lived in this area, that mine has been inoperable.
What do you know the special permit number that the city approved the new residential development under?
Oh, sir, I think it's in the works.
You said it was approved 2 years ago. You said there was a permit approved by us 2 years ago.
Oh, for the composting facility?
Yes.
As far as I understand, yes.
Do you have the special permit number for that?
No, I don't. I've requested it from them, and I've been unable to retrieve it.
I don't remember this.
I don't either.
And I was here 2 years ago. So I'd really like to know if that's true. I'd like to know, because that's kind of a big deal.
Yes, sir.
I'd love to know the special permit number from you.
Yeah, and I know they provided some residents notice. You know, within the certain radius, they provided residents notice. And I'm sure on that document, it would have the special permit number or whatnot on it, but I don't have that.
Surely that's a question we can answer more easily than he can.
I understand,
His
and
one.
I bet we're working on that right now, but I don't think that's accurate information, and I want to make sure that we get that corrected rather than not correcting it, or to take responsibility for it when we get to our comment section, but I don't think that's accurate. I don't remember that. And my understanding is it was a state-issued permit. But at any rate, please continue.
Okay. If you go to the third slide, please. Back one, thank you. This is I want to hit some notable requirements of the special use permit. First, it says it must conform to the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan designates this area as future urban or the UF layer. UF is defined under the first bullet points of the comprehensive plan notes as it maintains agricultural land until the land is ready for urbanization. It is purposed to retain the land in the condition with the most flexibility for urban development. The comprehensive plan goes further to say that commercial and light industrial uses may be appropriate unless they negatively impact the character of the property or potential to eventually urbanize. This Planning Commission need look no further than your staff's report's note on compatibility. It classifies K&M's operation as industrial, high-intensity extraction/mining. So if we break that down, it says industrial. Okay, that's fine with the comprehensive plan. But high intensity? The comprehensive plan talks about light industrial. Not anything with high intensity. Extraction and mining. This is the type of activity that's going to negatively impact the character to future urbanize this property. So post-mining, you're going to be left with a crater. And there's no requirements, so I've seen, of a remediation bond, which is a good idea to add. And by the way, K&M is a wrecking company, okay? They go to these projects, they demolish whatever, they haul the debris off. There's going to be a giant crater to put, the thought is that they'll probably use it as a fill pit at a later date. And based on the city zoning, a strip mine does not fit into the comprehensive plan for future urbanization or the current zoning for I-2. So in closing, can you go back, please? Thank you. In closing, I'm here today not just on behalf of Williams Farms, but all concerned Southsiders. You know, 1,500 signatures or more than that. We want development that complements the comprehensive plan in Williamson Farms. For instance, MAPS 3 is scheduled to pump an additional $4 to $12 million in the South Lakes area. Our community needs development like MAPS 3 Senior Wellness Center at Southwest Penn and 134th, a Southside Community Center, the Southwest Mercy campus that's going on 134th. Based on the current growth in the development, it's limited to the south. So the only area to kind of grow is towards the southwest, and a crater is going to drastically impact that area to be developed. So a strip mine is not how you reward Williamson Farms, which is a community that is strong, it's diverse, it's a model community that evolved to this Planning Commission's vision several years ago. And might I add that this Planning Commission, you guys spent countless hours and time developing that, and we appreciate it. So it does the city's plan and its thousands of residents in this area no good to put in a high-intensity strip mine that's upwind, 200 feet away without transitional zoning. The best use is for light industrial, as zoned, or residential. Both are part of the comprehensive plan urbanization of this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. I gave you a little extra time
Chairman,
because you...
Mr. Chairman, I just have to say, looking at the maps that they provided, which are a little bit broader in their scope than the ones in our staff report, it's jogged my memory a little bit. How Williamson Farms came to be developed in this sea of industrial was the park. The park was built, and I remember pretty well when it landed, when the application for the residential landed, and we were like, are you kidding? What, out here? What are you kidding? But the park was there, and the city had pumped a bunch of money into it. And, you know, the fact that it was so adjacent to the airport, and there was that concern about the residential being there, but there was also the surrounding industrial. But, you know, the city planted a pretty big flag when it built that park.
Yes, it
And
did.
so, you know, the residential development around it seemed almost inevitable. It was a pretty hard sell, though, I do recall. It was not an easy approval.
Yeah. Well, I'll reserve these comments for later, I think, in large part, but we have these issues come up, right, where, I mean, the reason this was all zoned industrial is because it was on the south side of the airport, and it was a great area for industrial development to eventually take hold. We introduced residential at some point, and whenever we do that, I think we do less. We still are this way. I'm not casting stones at previous people. I'll throw one at me. We still do a less effective job of requiring a residential developer to prepare for their adjacency to industrial than what we do. And this is a bit unorthodox. There's no way I'm getting there on this. There's no way I'm getting there on this. This is, when I was flipping through the staff report and I got to this, it was frankly a bit shocking to me. But I'm actually a little scared for the area in general because it's still I-2 zoning. And there's a lot of things. I appreciate your comments on the I-2, I-3. Very familiar with I-2 zoning. I can put a lot of things that the neighbors would be furious about under I-2 that don't require a special permit, that don't require I-3. It's not a tire burning facility necessarily, right? You can put a lot of things in I-2.
Yes, sir.
Outdoor storage and trucks backing up to doors and forklifts operating all hours of the day, and there's not really much you can do about it. That's equally concerns me. I just think that from a compatibility standpoint, we've really got to think through when we see these things on the front end requiring residential people. It's great that you want to build houses. We want you to put a 250-foot buffer between you and the industrial. And we've seen a couple cases recently where we've sort of kind of let some of that stuff go on a little bit. I just want to be mindful because this is a really good example. When you get a thriving neighborhood that now I can't imagine, and you know, to Mr. Nice's comments, it's great that he says there's going to be one dump truck and there's going to be one excavator, and that's like a pretty picture of a building that someone promises they're going to build, and then in their PUD document, their architectural material is EFS. We're going to get EFS is what we're going to get. I don't care what your picture showed us. And we've learned that, and we work around it. The idea that that is something that I'm going to take into consideration is kind of crazy. Because out of respect for your client, he may be a great operator and he may do all these things, but the next guy, it may not. And I know it's special permits, it's a little different, but I just can't go there with you because there's no protection there. And if we have to sit here and I'm listening to all these comments, you know, as we were talking to the applicant, and listen to all the things we're going to have to do to try to, and I know what you guys are doing, even though necessarily maybe the folks that are joined us today don't. You guys are going through all these compatibility thoughts in your mind of, is there some objective way you can make it work? I can help you. If it requires from the airport and a 24/7 contact so that if it interferes with air traffic coming into the airport, you can shut the operation down, it is not a good thing to put next to a neighborhood. Like, that's just a step too far here for me. I'm doing this because I got a lot of people left to hear from, and I can sense that I know where I'm at on it, and I'm getting an awful lot of head nodding. I'm going to give you a chance to speak, Mr. Nice. You can sit back down, but I don't think you can get me there, whether we put into this special permit 832 protection area measures. You're just not going to get me there. And I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but I'm getting an awful lot of head nodding. I think I got 5.
Appreciate that. Mr. Commissioner, I know there's other people who want to talk. I'm just saying, you're saying all these things to me, and there's some misstatements. I mean, the airport, anytime you have
I understand
a
that
permit in an airport overlay, they get involved, and the director's here to talk about that. So,
I understand that.
I mean, that's just the nature of that beast.
But his interest is protecting the airport,
Right.
which he's done. Our interests Now, if you didn't have his support, this would have been an even shorter conversation, I think.
Well,
But our interest, in addition to the airport, are the issues that are affecting the compatibility of people who live around this. We already have a problem. We have a major problem, in my opinion, from a zoning standpoint, that I've got I-2 on an R1's back fence, and I'm pretty sure there's no buffer that was incorporated in that PUD.
Yeah, the city dropped this right there.
Well, that's fine. Everybody makes mistakes, but I can't get behind exacerbating it. So
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Chairman, and if the council, there's other things, in one of the things that Mr. Skelton suggests, of course, he's here, he doesn't own the property, the HOA doesn't own it, and he wants to talk to us about highest and best use, and that's not the way these things are
Mr. Nice, I'm sorry, I gotta cut you off. I don't care about his comments of highest and best use, because all we care about is the application that's in front of us. If anybody wants to build houses on that property or make it into the next glorious theme park, they're gonna have to come in and get it rezoned. It's not what, we understand that. We get it.
Well, I mean, it's going to be industrial or whatever, agriculture. I mean, that's the future of it, I think. If you have no objection, I might ask that we be postponed or continued.
I do have an objection to that.
Okay, and that's fine.
And before we do that, we're going to let everybody be
Okay,
heard, because there's
that's
an
fine.
awful lot of people in the snow and
Okay.
in masks that came and want to be heard.
That's
And we're not going to continue that until everybody's had a chance to make
Well,
comments.
no, because there's some things I can attach to it. I just can't do it all today, but that's fine. I understand that.
But I'm telling you, I don't think, I'm speaking out loud so my fellow commissioners can hear me and chime in. I don't think you can leave here and take 2 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks
okay, and
and come back
I
and
understand
convince me that this makes any sense to make the situation worse. I can't get there.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, that's fair enough. I appreciate you being straightforward,
Yep.
Commissioner. That's all I can ask.
Does anybody have any comments or things they want to add to that before we ask other folks that want to be heard?
Well, I just think that we still have, it's not clear what the scope looks like. As somebody who's never been to a mining operation of this type, it's not clear to me what that operation looks like, what we should reasonably expect as far as dust and all those things. Like, I think we need way more information about what the operation will actually look like and the impact that it's had in other areas where it's existed. Then the other thing is, and Commissioner Powers has brought it up a number of times, there are still a number of mitigation measures that need to be considered here that are not even included. And I appreciate Mr. Nice mentioning several things, landscaping, operation times, those things, which all matter. I don't think we've exhausted that. We've even begun to exhaust that list. So I'm not saying that I can't, I could be convinced to grant the permit. I'm not convinced at this point in its current scope that we have done any sufficient mitigation and that we have enough information about what we can reasonably expect when they operate.
We have issues with enforcement on a variety of fronts. This sounds like a nightmare. I mean, going through all of the different things that would have to be to get you there on a special permit, enforcing all those, I guarantee you the document that the airport got is ironclad. And if they pick up the phone and shut it down, it's down. The neighbor's process for that is far more onerous. We've got enforcement issues on the code side that creating a 5-page list of things that we can do to mitigate this, sometimes things just don't go places. This just can't be a place for that. And you know what's unfortunate is, just because I'm an industrial guy, I'm an industrial real estate person. This was a great area of Oklahoma City for industrial, and we really don't have a lot of that land left anyway. There's a shortage of that type of land, but in my view, we've lost this too. Because if anybody came in for anything that they couldn't just pull a permit for, I think we'd all be wrestling, even if it were just basic industrial or something, we'd all be going, okay. I mean, we just heard a case on the plat, item number 7, that we talked about at nausea over the 7-acre gravel yard that was going to be next door to it that had the industrial. This is a mining operation.
Well, and there are half a dozen small mining operations within 25 miles of Oklahoma City, and I visited 3 before I formed even a semi-opinion of this operation. But at a minimum, you're looking at a 60-foot deep hole, to occur in the next 12 to 13 hours of operation of this strip mining operation. You're looking at a big deep hole, a lot of gravel, a lot of dirt, a lot of dust, a lot of noise, even if this is a minimal operation. And I know you haven't had an opportunity to do that because this isn't in your ward and you didn't need to take as deep a look at it as I did, deep meaning 60-foot hole. It will impact this neighborhood significantly. So.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know where we are. We got a number of people signed to speak. I'll just call on a few people here and let's see if we can get some other concerns that haven't already been addressed. Mike Gravy is the next person I've signed up. Is he still here? I can't hear you, sir. I got plexiglass and masks and all kinds of stuff. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Glenn Sully. Okay. I bet you Jillian Sully's going to do the same thing, or no?
Yes, she is not going to yield her time, but can we have Mr. Abanano talk first?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sean Abananto, my address is 12913 Preakness Road. And Chairman and Commissioners, I really appreciate your servant's heart. What you do is very tedious and detail-oriented, and the passion with which you do it with, I very much appreciate. Mrs. Coffey, I've met you. I know your investment in Ward 3, and we do much appreciate that. The reason that I'm speaking to you today is my history in the mining industry. But before I go there, I want to talk about our community just real briefly because it is the most sought-after community on the south side. You ask any realtor, if a house goes up for sale in our community, folks, it sells within 24 hours with multiple offers. We are multi-ethnic, white, black, Asian, Latino. We love our community. This year for Halloween, thanks COVID, we had residents build pulley systems and chutes to get candy to the kids. Christmas time, we had a golf cart with Mr. And Mrs. Santa Claus, and we had on our Facebook page a map so everybody knew and the kids knew when Santa would come visit. This is the type of community that Ms. Coffey's visited, and this type of community you're now recognizing. The only thing I'll agree with Mr. Nice about today is he's right. This is going to be an easy one. I've been in mining before, over 3.5 years in my business life. And when we look at what the staff, by the way, did an amazing job on their report when I looked at it. When they talk about sand, gravel, and clay, well, you can't just go dig that up and it's nicely separated for you to be able to have people come pick that up and purchase that from you. You do have to use screeners. You do have to use crushers. You do have to use a lot of the equipment that's in this report. So either they're not telling the truth about what they're going to do, or we know what's going to happen. It creates a lot of noise. As you can see here, this is one dump truck driving down 134th Street, and that's the dust. For any of us that grew up in Oklahoma and you've ever been down a dirt road, you know what dust is like. There's no way that this is not going to impact our community. It's going to be noisy. It's going to create dust. And when we look at this report, the other thing I'll say about my mining operation I was involved in, we were 8 miles away from the town that was closest to us. And the water requiring we had was constant. 8 miles. Now, Mr. Nice said it was just 2/3 of a football field. It's a nice way to put it, nice illustration. But if we look at the length of this chamber, I bet it's about 100 feet. Wouldn't you guess that? Well, let's just double that. That's how close they're going to be. Oklahoma City is the second windiest city in the nation. We average 11.2 miles per hour per day. It's going to cover our neighborhood in dust. I like where it says on page 2 of the staff report that it will be determined by the applicant if and when they water. Well, we know how that will go. I think some of the points and comments that you guys made were right on point. If we've had to have such an exhaustive look at this and get the airport involved, I mean, a lot of my points Chris hit on already, but I do want to look at page 11, item number 3. It says the operator shall develop a dust management plan to be approved by airport authority staff. The fact that we even have to do that. If they can't control dust in the air without watering, how are we ever going to control it at the ground level? It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. There's no way to do it. Well, we don't operate at night. Well, that's great, but the dust blows at night in Oklahoma. Now, I'll give them the stink thing. We're not here to talk about that because that is the sod farm issue, and that's not why we're here. But I had over 1,289 signatures on our petition within less than 2 weeks. I appreciate your understanding of this. I really do, because the other thing that really showed me their invested interest in being honest about what they were doing is even the map. I don't have a picture on the slide there, but even the map where I put an X that shows my home, this is the picture they used in their application. It doesn't show all the houses that are now there. My builder is just finishing up his last 3 lots. There are no more lots. We're full. We're completely full. So I appreciate your time today. I just want you to know, as someone that's been in this industry, it will be noisy. There will be more equipment than what they said, and it will be a nuisance to the neighborhood. And we are excited about what's happening in Southwest Oklahoma City. We are excited about Amazon coming in and Mercy Hospital and all the things, and especially South Lakes Park. We're very excited about what we have going on there. So we appreciate your attention to detail. We appreciate your servant's heart. And we thank you. We thank you for everything that you're doing, and I will yield my time.
Thanks for coming down with us and spending some time today. So just to kind of keep us in summation here, we've heard concerns over character of the area, noise and nuisances, including dust, potential smell and traffic-related concerns. At this point, I'd like to hear if there's any other issues we have that we haven't addressed. So if you yield your comments there, ma'am, I'd appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jillian Solly, and I'm a resident in Williamson Farms at 5130th Street. If you look on this picture, one of the southernmost houses there that backs up to that field, you'll see the house that's at the cross street that's on the south side. There's a black vehicle in the driveway. That's my house. And so you can see that our property line literally backs directly up to that field. That's my son's car. We have 2 very active boys, as I'm sure you all have kids as well that are very active in your neighborhoods. For the past 20 years, I have served as a certified emergency manager. My focus has been on preventing, mitigating, and preparing for risk. I am committed to uphold the same commitment that each of you have made as being a part of the City Planning Commission, and that is to ensure the protection of the community's health, safety, and welfare. The city's zoning website states that zoning is necessary to protect the community health, safety, and welfare. The City Council's first priority is to promote safe, secure, and thriving neighborhoods, as you've mentioned. And it states that residents expect safe neighborhoods that provide a high quality of life. Thank you for recognizing this. The proposed project by K&M to develop this 30 acres and 60-foot deep mine, starting approximately 30 yards from and adjacent to a large and very active neighborhood, does not ensure the protection of the community's health, safety, and welfare. One of our concerns is easy access. The fence that was discussed, I can tell you, because it's right behind the fence that I put up, is barbed wire. This location, in addition to the geographic footprint this project will create, is what we would call a life safety threat. K&M has stated in their application to the Department of Mines that the type of perimeter to be used is T-fence posts painted and/or painting the trunks of trees in the wooded areas. Although additional fencing and signage may be used, many of the residents have young children or adventurous teens that may be curious about exploring the excitement that heavy equipment and machinery and a 60-foot hole may attract. This commission has the ability to prevent those dangerous opportunities from ever existing. Our other concerns, such as the risk for the heavy machinery impacting the 12-inch, not 8-inch as is shown on the maps, the 12-inch high-pressure gas transmission line that runs through the proposed project site. The lack of city fire resources in the area to combat a possible industrial fire, air pollution causing respiratory issues for residents, physically moving yet another operator's gas line, environmental concerns such as the water table, displaced wildlife, depletion of an already stressed natural aquifer, and concerns about potential future plans for this area to possibly be used as a landfill. They are all very alarming to an established community that is thriving. It is not understood how a project with zero land use benefit to the city after completion, and that is wrought with safety and environmental concerns, could outweigh the benefit of maintaining an already safe and healthy community. As you can clearly see, there is a reason that these land uses are deemed incompatible and why this spot zoning special permit should not be recommended. Several years ago, I served on the Riverfront Design Committee, and I can empathize with the decisions that are before you. On behalf of more than 700 families in Williamson Farms, we thank you in advance for your support, your commitment to making Oklahoma City a healthier and safer community by not recommending this proposal for approval due to incompatibility of land use and safety risks. As the comprehensive plan points out, city developments are about our children's future. So let us ensure that they have the best one possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sully, for coming down. We appreciate it very much. So at this point, we've heard about character of the area, nuisance and noise, dust and environmental concerns, potential smell, traffic, health and safety issues, and attractive nuisance concerns. The next person I have signed up to speak is Lynn Wagoner. Thank you very much, Mr. Wagoner, for coming down in the snow. Next person I have signed up to speak is John Eccles.
Thank you, Commissioners, and I will keep mine very, very brief because it is a different topic. I want to say first, thank you so much for what you do. My name is John Eccles. I live at 7701 Southwest 104th, Oklahoma City. I have represented House District 90, this area, for 9 years now in the Oklahoma legislature. I currently serve as the majority floor leader. I can understand how difficult your decisions are, and in many ways, I think your decisions are more difficult than the ones I have to make because you affect real lives. So, Commissioner Cravens, I want to directly address something you said, and I guess here is my only point. Please don't make the mistake the state of Oklahoma did. I can't see where the city had approved what they call the stink pit, but I do know where the state did. And I've spent 6 months trying to fix the incredible problems that were related to that and trying to fix the awful process that the state had that led to such an awful decision that is hurting these people's lives. So I guess I'm telling you as one public servant to another, please don't make the mistake we did, because you'll go back, everything you're hearing, and you will have to spend your time trying to refix these awful things that have occurred to it. Let's stop digging. We found ourselves in the hole. Let's not find ourselves in another 60-foot hole. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for what you do for the city.
We appreciate you coming down. Thank you very much, Mr. Eccles. Next person I have signed up to speak is Linda Etherton. Thank you very much, Ms. Etherton. We appreciate you coming down, the snow and masks and all the things that are fun about life right now. Mr. Miller, Mr. Ron Miller. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Again, thank you for coming down and spending your time with us. Next person I have is Beth Barlow. I don't know if that's a Y or G. I'm scared to try. Thank you very much for coming down and seeing us today. Next person I have signed up to speak is Matt Eccles.
My name is Matt Eccles. My address is 12505 Lexington Drive. I'm here to speak on behalf of South Lake Soccer Club. We house the area there at South Lake Soccer, or at the South Lakes Park. I really just want to point out to you what we have going on there, and so you understand what also can be affected, not just the neighborhood. On any given day, we have between 100 to 5,000, 6,000, up to 10,000 people, given the size of a tournament. We became exceptionally concerned with this idea when we learned that the dust can travel for miles and miles from Sean here. When we looked at what we have going on, there's no way we can continue operations if we're going to have children covered in dust every night, and their families, and their food. Right now, the city's investing an incredible amount of money into our facility to try to make it a national spot, make it a tourism spot where people want to come. It would be a massive waste of money for the city, who's already committed the money, to set up a scenario here where these families would travel across the country only to be covered in dust. And that's providing that if the dust alone doesn't have any other emissions issues. So I just came to point that out, keep it simple, and yield the rest of my time to the HOA. That's it.
Thank you very much for coming down, Mr. Eccles. We appreciate that. I've added to our list of concerns from residents and folks with us today the impact on the area, including the soccer club and the events that it could hold. Next person, never mind, it says yield my time to Williamson Farms on the HOA. Thank you, Angela. If you're still with us today someplace.
Yield my time to Mark Livingston.
Thank you. Mr. Livingston, would you like to come forward? I promised you that I wasn't deliberately watching you raise your hand and then calling on somebody else like a cruel
There's an order,
trick.
there's an order, I understand. My name's Mark Livingston, 6602 Cypress Hollow. I'm the developer, and I guess one of the reasons we're here today, of Williamson Farms. By the way, Prairie Dirt Solutions, it is a state permit. It's permit number 07092019, and it was issued in 2019 by the state. As we've heard, I think the state probably regrets having done that. As Mr. Pennington pointed out, you can put anything in a permit, and they didn't follow through on their permit. And they've had so much kickback, that's why they're now selling the land. And Mrs. Powers, we did meet back in the early 2000s, and here's a little bit of history. Luther happened to be the airport director at the time. Sonny Miller was the head of sewers in Oklahoma City. I was driving along Meridian and I saw a hand-painted sign that had fallen off a tree for 80 acres for sale. Mr. Williamson, who was in his 80s, had put the sign up. I met him and his wife, and I had an interest in the land because there was this brand-new multi-million-dollar park that had been just built called South Lake Parks. So I started doing my due diligence, which a developer always does. I found out that the reserve, which is just south of the park, which the applicant failed to show you on there, which has I don't know, when they're finally done, over 100 homes also, had already been approved, but for a much denser amount of homes. So I wasn't the first one to get an approval for a subdivision out there. I just happened to build it first. So I went to Sonny Miller, I went to Luther and said, so how do this is Airport Trust, can you give me the history on it? He said, yes. Back in the 80s, when Dallas was booming, Oklahoma City thought it was going to be the next Dallas. So it did an industrial overlay of everything south of the airport for two reasons. One, because we thought jets would get larger and larger and we'd need longer runways. Didn't happen. Also, they thought that Oklahoma City was going to balloon. It was going to grow so big they'd need that industrial land by the airport. Also didn't happen. So now this is in the 2000s. I said, well, what about residential development? He said, here's the list of things you have to do to get this approved. You have to do a noise study. You have to do all these other studies. And if you do those studies and you pass, then I won't oppose you. And I did. Then I met with Mr. Miller, because the reason I had an interest in this, number one, was South Lake caught my attention, but number two, there's water and sewer there. I mean, a developer doesn't go to do a residential community if he has to bring sewer 2 miles or a mile or something. So it was already there. And Sonny Miller said, no, absolutely not. We're not going to let you have sewer. And I said, but there's a lift station right there off of 119th where Meridian would be if the airport wasn't. He said, not going to do it. So eventually he sent his crew out there and found out that that lift station didn't meet DEQ requirements and had to be rebuilt. It was $800,000. He called me up. Said, you willing to pay half of it? I said, pay half of what? Rebuilding the city's lift station. Well, how much is that? $400,000. Well, when I woke up and got up back off on my chair from the floor, I thought about it. Williamson Farms is 730 lots. I did the math. Okay, I'll pay $400,000 for the lift station. So that's how Williamson Farms first got started. Because from Luther's perspective and Sonny's perspective, and at the time the city council's perspective, the original plans and overlay for with south of Williamson Farms wasn't going to happen. It now could go residential, or evidently they thought that because they'd already approved the preserves, and now they approved Williamson Farms. You know, a couple of things I found a little bit interesting in the applicant's request, and I know you've already discussed these things ad nauseum. If the airport is so concerned about dirt, believe me, I've dealt with the airport authority. They're not talking dirt at 30 feet, 50 feet, blowing into people's houses and backyards. They're talking about dirt way up in the air. So they have some real concerns about dirt. The mention about farming, sure, when farmers go out there and they till up the ground twice a year, they cause some dust. We've seen it. That's not the same as a 20 to 24-year operation like they're talking about, at least 5 days a week, if not 7. No one wants to be sitting on their back patio on a weekend with dust bombarding them. So again, when we looked at Williamson Farms in south of Oklahoma City, and we did our due diligence and we talked to the city about future plans and future growth, residential made sense, or we wouldn't have done it. Because the reason I'm here is I have 730 families that believed in me for this community, and I'm here to back them up. Any questions about history?
I don't think so. Any questions, commissioners? No. We
Thank you.
appreciate you coming down. Thank you very much.
Thank
The last person I have signed up to speak is Samantha Collins.
Good afternoon. My name is Samantha Collins. I work at the Health Science Center. I'm representing myself and also my husband, Dr. Benjamin Collins, who is a head and neck surgeon in the South Oklahoma City area.
Mrs. Collins, what's your address?
4700 Southwest 127th Street
Thank you very much.
in the Williamson Farms edition. So whenever we first, so I'm a doctor as well. You know, we have lots of years of schooling. I'm from the Oklahoma area. We talked to a lot of people around the area trying to figure out where we want to raise a family, where we want to kind of settle down. And everyone would always say, check out this Williamson Farms area. We went and we loved it. The first time we went down there, we would see children playing on their bikes, people walking around the pond, you know, people on their golf carts, all sorts of things. I don't think you really realize the type of neighborhood that we live in until you go down there and see the number of children, the number of just people that are active in our neighborhood. We were attracted by the young professionals. Obviously, this has been talked about, but the soccer park, the huge playground, and also the great school district. It's a fun and vibrant community to raise a family, and we are very excited, and we are hoping to continue to live there without issues such as air pollution and other things that have been mentioned. No one wants to live by a mine, to just be honest. You know, I talk to friends and I'm trying to convince them to move to the South Oklahoma City area, to move into our neighborhood, and that would be a pretty significant point, trying to bring in more young professionals into this neighborhood. Another thing that was discussed, but I don't know if it was fully discussed to the entirety, is just the safety aspect. I just did a quick research. I have access to lots of journals, and just the amount of just disturbing things that happen around mining communities. This is from the Extractive Industries and Society in 2019. It says the current paper reviews published evidence of the public health impacts of surface mining. Environmental evidence has shown that surface waters and biota are harmed by the removal, while other environmental studies have shown water and air pollution exist in residential areas close to the mining. This evidence and the weight of the evidence reinforces previously science-based calls to discontinuing these minings near these areas. I just have article over article of peer-reviewed journals that I just did a quick research on, where it just shows there is evidence of it harms communities, it harms the air quality. Another big thing that was discussed was the particulate matters. It has increased levels of asthma, lung disease, cardiovascular disease, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's. Another big thing that was talked about in this research was the haul and the transport roads become a major source of airborne particulates due to the road interaction, and a huge quantity of the dust gets deposited on these hauls during the mining operations. I mean, this is just, there's so much that I didn't even realize going into this, and this is just peer-reviewed, research-based evidence, and I don't want to, I'll make this short, but there's a lot here. And finally, the biggest thing that drew me here, that, I canceled all my patients this afternoon to come here, is because of this little one. His name is Elliot, and he is 5 months old, and there's lots of little Elliots around in Williamson Farms. The one thing, like I said, whenever we walked into this neighborhood and we decided to invest into this community, is because I believe it's a place that we can go and raise our family, and we can go on walks and, have fun playing with other little Elliots around. And I don't want to worry about, him playing in the backyard. If he's off with his friends on his bike somewhere, is he getting into something that he doesn't need to be getting, that's, a mining operation right down the road? I am seriously concerned about this. Thank you for your time. I would love to answer any other questions.
Thank you for coming down today, Mrs. Collins. We appreciate it. Not an easy day to make it down, so thanks for doing it.
Thank you.
So that's the last person I have signed up to speak. Out of respect for everybody else that's here, I'll ask if there's anybody else that wants to be heard on this item today. Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask Ms. Collins if she would like to submit that material so that it becomes part of the record.
The peer review pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she can provide that to staff.
If you would like, there's a huge, I can create more, like a big folder if you would like.
I'm pretty sure what you've got to be sufficient.
Mr. Cranenberg, do you want to be heard?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mark Cranenberg, Airports Director for the city and also General Manager for the Oklahoma City Airport Trust. Our objections to this permit originally was in July, and it was specific just to the issues with the airport. And our main objection was the potential of dust from a mining operation, but also it was from the fact that there could be wildlife attractants as a result of that activity. And that certainly is incompatible with airport operations, both of those two items. So when we saw that there wasn't a special permit for the city, but there had been one for the Department of Mines, then we got involved with it. And we contacted the applicant and we said, in order for you to exist as industrial, which it's zoned I-2, then you need to work with us so that our issues are mitigated. And so we did that. So we met and we came up with those technical evaluations that you have in the staff report. So from the airport's perspective, we're completely fine. One of the things I want the commission to understand is, as an airport, which is a sponsor, the Airport Trust is a sponsor for the airport, our 3 airports, but the city of Oklahoma City is also a co-sponsor. And to that extent, we're all obligated to protect zoning to the extent possible to protect the government's investment, because we get grants each year from the FAA to maintain our airports. So one of the things that we do very rigidly is to enforce the code. Now, this particular area is in the AE2, and clearly there are prohibited and acceptable uses in the AE2. But there are also prohibited uses in the AE1, which still exists today in the municipal code. And Williamson Farms, for whatever reason, was elected and allowed to occur certainly prior to my arrival in 2005. So that's what you get sometimes is you have south of Oklahoma City, you not only have to be making sure that you're not allowing incompatible land uses to encroach upon the airport because you have to protect the airport. But when you do that, you also strike a balance by protecting the quality of life of the community. And so that's what we strive to do. It's a balance. And if you make a mistake, you can't take it back. Now, Williamson Farms occurred, and you can see there are a lot of people that are very affectionate for Williamson Farms. I have staff that live in Williamson Farms. I have nothing against Williamson Farms, but I want to caution against incompatible development to the airport. And that's something that I will continue to enforce going forward because it protects, I think, both the community and the airport. So I only made my comments with regard to the technical evaluation that if this process was to go forward with this particular permit, that I definitely want to make sure that the airport was protected.
Thank you very much for coming down and letting us know that, Mr.
Thank
Cranenberg.
you.
We appreciate it. Okay, I think we've heard from everybody that wants to be heard. Mr. Nice, I feel obligated to give you 60 seconds if you want to make any comments. Okay? Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner Coffey, this is your ward, ma'am. Do you want to lead off our discussion, or do you have other thoughts you want to share?
No more questions, so I'm ready to make a motion if there are no more questions or comments.
Let me make sure that's true. Commissioners, anybody have thoughts or comments on this one?
Just that David Box needs to find a way to get as adorable of an exhibit as our last speaker, because that was very cute. And so I wish he would do that.
He comes down here every other week. He's been doing it for years. I've never seen an adorable exhibit.
Yeah, I want to make sure that the baby picture is part of the record, so be sure you put that in there.
Look, I'll say this. Character of the area, noise and nuisance, dust and environment, smell, traffic, health and safety, attractive nuisance, impact on the area, including event impact, concerns from the airport, 24-hour hotlines if there's an issue with dust blowing in the air. If there's ever been a case I've seen in 2.5 years or so of an incompatibility, we just found it. I think Mr. Nice, unfortunately, was really, really on the ball when he said it. This is pretty straightforward for me. There is no way I can get there, and I think this item should be denied. If anybody else feels differently, speak up. And if we don't hear anything, I think Commissioner Coffey, we're ready for a motion.
Just a process question too. Does this go to the city council too? Okay.
Yeah, we are recommending approval or denial of the special permit application.
I just wanted to mention for the record, we had some late comments from the Parks and Recreation Department. They too are concerned about the dust. They have a park, not only the large park, but I guess they're involved in the park inside Williamson Farms. They're concerned about the dust as it relates to when the sand mining occurs. Just wanted to make that for the record.
I appreciate you saying that. Look, I want to say this too for anybody else that's been down here before and heard us talk about other neighborhoods. You could take the parks, you could take the airport, you could take all that stuff away that's related to the city of Oklahoma City, and I would still feel the same way I do right now, which has nothing to do with any of that. Those are all additional compatibility issues we have to ferret out. As Mr. Cranenberg said, that would be a big concern, right? If the airport said this is going to jeopardize our operation. But you take all that away, it's just a neighborhood next to a mine. Whoa, that's tough. That's tough. So, Commissioner Coffey, if you don't have any other comments, I think we're ready.
Well, for the many reasons mentioned, I recommend that this special permit is incompatible with the community and recommend denial of special permit number 545.
I have a motion, and I'll wait to see if I get a second. I have a motion and a verbal second, hopefully electronically. Right now, we're buffering. Okay. Please cast your votes when available. We have a motion and a second to recommend denial to City Council on SP 545, so voting in the affirmative would be in support of that denial. Please cast your votes. And that application is denied unanimously. Next item on today's agenda is item number 9, SPUD 1291. Mr. Butler?
1291 is an application to rezone 12501 North Pennsylvania Avenue from PUD 62A to SPUD 1291.
I'll give just a minute for the chamber to clear, and then we'll see if the applicant's with us. Go right ahead. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Did
Heather
you
Rimmer.
drive up from Dallas?
Yeah,
It's a long drive today.
it was today.
It was today.
Usually it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Heather Rimmer, 4336 Marsh Ridge, Carrollton, Texas. And I am just here to discuss the SPUD document, and I can answer hopefully any questions. My civil engineer did not make it, but I think I'm probably knowledgeable enough that I can answer any questions that you guys might have.
Sure. Let me jump in, Commission, on this one. You'll recall last time this came up, I unfortunately didn't reach out to the applicant in time, so we requested a continuance. We thought 2 weeks would maybe be a little bit close for comfort, and it was. But I want to thank Ms. Zimmer and the engineer, Brian Berger, on this for their time, and also for staff's time in assisting me. But we went through, I know other commissioners have concerns on this too, and I certainly want to hear those. I think we've done a fairly reasonable job of trying to address the concerns that I had, that I spent quite a bit of time working with the applicant on. And right now, I'll just review those in general, kind of one at a time. This is for Collision Works, backs up to what is a developed apartment complex. There's also a senior living center to the north, just to give you some color on the area. We talked about uses. She had a C3 zoning application that had no limits on C3, but she wanted to add automotive, auto and equipment cleaning and repairs heavy, which is 8300.15. I really don't like to do this as a matter of principle, but I actually asked the applicant to eliminate all uses from the application with the exception of 8300.15 and 8300.14. Those are both auto and equipment repairs. One is light and one is heavy. My thought process there is just that if we have a compatible, our staff report indicated that this is something that within our very broadly defined use units would typically require I1, C4, I2 type zoning. So if we have an issue, what can I do to require a future applicant to come back to us if we needed to do that? And I feel like because of the potential incompatibility, we needed to reserve that opportunity. So that was my rationale for it. I think the downside of that is that we've really limited what this property can be used for in the future beyond what it's being used for as Collision Works. The second thing we talked about was setbacks. The applicant is agreeable to change the setback to 75 feet on the north and the west, and per the C3 base on the east and the south. The east and the south is essentially a fast food restaurant and a car wash, and the south is an undeveloped portion of C3, which abuts a Sonic restaurant that affronts the road. So they were agreeable to that. Site-proof screening, we've changed that from not required to basically say screening shall be required on the western and northern boundaries of the SPUD where adjacent to a residential use. Said screening shall be 8 feet tall, masonry fence, or a cedar fence with overlapping planks, so there's no gaps. The thought there was just that that fence would actually serve as a bit of a buffer, more so than just a cedar fence with gapping wood, because they've agreed to some landscaping too, which I'll mention, but that landscaping is going to take a long time to mature. So my thought there was, okay, this extra fencing in certain height with no gaps will help at least buffer that sound. I also want to point out that that fence would be built, and correct me if you disagree here, is going to be built actually really close to the site. There's a green belt in between that area, which you all will be required to maintain because it's a portion of your property within the setback. And then there's the iron fence that is the apartment complex constructed on its property. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The next thing we talked about was architectural regulations, basically just saying per the C3 district, except that exposed metal or EFIS shall not be permitted. And the idea there was the back of the building with, and this would not obviously pertain to overhead doors. We're talking about the skin of the building. We didn't want metal exposed or EIFS exposed that could get damaged and not get repaired, because if you look across, you've got balconies in the apartment complexes and residences that concern me, so they've agreed to limit their architectural materials to exclude metal and EIFS. We talked about dumpsters, and I think we still have a little bit of disagreement there, and I want to make sure we talk about that.
Okay.
Our standard that we have come to enforce as a compatibility mitigation measure is a 50-foot distance. We talked about 100. I don't have a specific issue around the 100. My real thought was, and the reason I brought it up to move it to the south was because it would get it away from the residential entirely. At some point, your southern connection there's gonna be a connection. And so that makes that usable, and it prevents those dumpsters from being anywhere near the residential, whether that be to the west or the north. But I understand your engineer felt like you guys couldn't agree.
Well, the issue, it's just the operation itself. So that dumpster then would be back by where the building where they enter and they come in and out, and really where the bulk of the trash would be coming in and out. And that's the easiest service spot for the dumpster itself.
Can you get to the 50-foot distance?
We can absolutely try. I mean, I'm not going to let a dumpster impede something. So, I mean, I can absolutely 100%. We can sit down and try.
Somebody over here would call me out on it if I let you get away with 35, because we've made 50 a requirement for everybody who's come through the door in the recent history, again, as a compatibility measure for neighborhoods.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay, so we are in agreement there. The other things we talked about that other commissioners mentioned that I sought to address on your behalf was hours of operation. They're in agreement from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Saturday. Those would be the limits of their operation, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then the other additional language that I requested to be added on top of that is that noise from the site shall not exceed 55 decibels as measured from the boundaries of the property in any direction. We talked about this a little bit when we did the Paycom case with the drive-through. That's a residentially, it's in our code, that's the residential noise limit ordinance for decibels. So I feel like memorializing that, again, gives us a mechanism. It at least allows the opportunity for enforcement, should we be able to accomplish that. And at the same time, adds to the limitation on hours of operation and other things. So I added that, and the applicants agreed to that. And then the light shall be directed away from the north and west boundaries into the site. So lighting will not be directed sort of into the parking areas. It will be directed from the parking areas into the building, and you're in agreement with that.
Correct.
And then last but not least, this was just me maybe over-lawyering this one, so I apologize, but all operations shall occur indoors. Outside storage of anything except customer vehicles shall be expressly prohibited. My main thing was I didn't want down the road something to happen where we got vehicles piled up out there and equipment piled up out there. I will also say the applicant sent me some locations that I looked at in Texas and California that have been in existence and have been developed and that are near residential areas, so I could kind of see what those look like. I looked at the historical photos all the way back until the site went away back to dirt, and I never saw an instance where there were things being stored on the sites, not in one, except for vehicles. So they're agreeing to that in the PUD. I don't necessarily think they would need to given their operation, but again, I'm trying to protect against, as I told her, the second generation user of this site more so than I am the first generation user of this site. Those are the things we talked about. That's a lot. I would love to hear from other commissioners because again, that conversation took place out of your purview. If there are things that there are concerns that we haven't addressed or other issues that you can't get over on this one or you think we need to talk about more.
The only other two, which may be just one, that comes to mind is about the lighting and or signage placement. And I wanted to be really clear about where we are on that.
So the signs, it says freestanding signs, which is what you're referring to. And what I'm reading from is we kicked back a red line Word document of the SPUD, so I'm just reading from the most recent update. Freestanding signs shall be a maximum of 20 feet in height and 150 square feet of display area. Wall signs shall be per the base zone.
And placement of those will be at on Penn as opposed to at the building, or?
Yes, we're going to try to get one out on Penn. And then the building itself, the canopy, let's see if I can get directions here, north. It's on the south end, so it's going to be on the southeast corner of the building is where the sign will be, so the furthest away really from all the residential.
And is that internally lit?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's internally lit channel letters.
Other lighting on the property in terms of, are we just gonna go with our standard directional, shielded and all that stuff, or?
On the lighting, yes, that's in there, and then added to that is the language that I included about directing it into the site from so not outwardly, so on the north and west side. So that's over and above what our what our lighting code would require.
So with respect to your buffering, you didn't call it landscaping, so with fencing or whatever it is you've got, you're talking about along the north and the west, right? And,
Yes.
and does it say where it is adjacent to residential?
Yes, it says, so the landscape buffer, the landscape buffer on the north and west is also going to consist of shade trees on 30-foot centers. So, and that would be in the greenbelt area between the two fences that I described that will exist.
So is the senior retirement center to the north considered residential in that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and just because I actually just said to the north and west to make sure. Any other questions or concerns on that one? Is there anybody here that wants to be heard on this matter today? I didn't hear from any residents, so I wouldn't expect to. Okay, well, I think here's what I'll say for the purposes of the record. We have a master design statement for SPUD 1291 that we can date February 11th, 2021 that will incorporate all of the changes that we've made and discussed here today. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
And then what I'll do is I'll just read these into the record one time. These would be the technical evaluations that would be added. And so that if someone would like to make a motion, they can do it just memorializing it as read. So technical evaluations shall be as follows. The use shall be restricted to only automotive and equipment heavy repairs, heavy equipment 8300.15, or automotive and equipment cleaning and repairs, light equipment 8300.14. TE2 shall read Section 5 setbacks shall be changed to 75 feet on the north and west and per the C3 based on the east and south. TE3 Section 6 site-proof screening shall be changed from not required to screening shall be required on the western and northern boundaries of the SPUD where adjacent to a residential district or use. Said screening shall be an 8-foot tall masonry fence or a cedar fence with overlapping planks and no gaps. TE4, architectural shall be amended to strike the existing wording referring to the provided building elevations and stating that the architecture shall be per the C3 district except that exposed metal or EIFS shall not be permitted. TE5, dumpsters shall be consolidated where practical and located in an area with a minimum of 50 feet from any residential district and shall be screened by a masonry fence or wall of sufficient height that screens the dumpsters from view. Section 5, TE6, shall be added to the hours of operation will be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. TE7, Section 6 shall be added regarding noise to read, noise from the site shall not exceed 55 decibels as measured from the boundaries of the property in any direction. TE8, Section 7 shall be added regarding lighting to read, light shall be directed away from the north and west boundaries and into the site. And TE9, which shall say, Section 8 shall be added regarding operational restrictions to read, all operations shall occur indoors, outside storage of anything except customer vehicles shall be expressly prohibited. Is there anything we forgot?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'll take a motion if someone would like to make it.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of SPUD 1291 with the technical evaluations as read into the record.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes when available. And that application is approved unanimously.
Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much.
much for being with us, and thanks for the drive up today.
Appreciate it.
Item 10 was continued to our next meeting. Item 11, SPD 1293, Mr. Butler.
1293 is an application to rezone 4235 Northeast 122nd Street from AA to SPUD 1293.
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the applicant. What you have before you today is a spud for a 5-acre tract of land, but once right-of-way is taken, would be approximately 4 acres to allow for a maximum of 4 lots, with the smallest parcel being 0.75 acres. I've reviewed the TEs, TEs 1, 2, and 5. We would file a subsequent application to request the variance for the sewer or water to be extended. And if we have more than 3 lots, then we would also request a variance for that. My client has looked at this in a couple of different ways. We looked at it as an R1 application, and then it just didn't, at this time, make sense to extend utilities to it, and it definitely doesn't make sense to extend utilities to it as 3 or 4 lots. And we do agree with TE number 3 and TE number 4. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I did speak to Commissioner Pennington about this prior to it due to the staff report, and Commissioner didn't seem to have any objections to the application.
Well, we're getting ready to ask him. Commissioner Pennington, this is your ward. Do you want to lead off our discussion? Ask any questions of the applicant?
I don't have any questions. I did visit with Mark about it. I do have I don't have any questions for him. Mine's a staff question. When it comes to 2 and 5 of the TEs, this doesn't require any action on our part, correct? Like, as far as this zoning application, we just have to deal with these things, I guess, at the plating stage? As far as the variances?
For 2 and 5?
Yeah. Or do we go ahead and just authorize that now?
Jared, do you want to?
Maybe this is an adjacent question, I don't know, but if the answer is that they're going to have to come back for that variance, where they go for their variance is an issue for me. If we're going to approve the SPUD, then I think that the variance ought to come back to us. I mean, normally, I'm not in favor of dipping into that, but to me, it's not okay for us to approve a SPUD and then, it says one thing, but they're going to go get variances to it, and they know that up front, or we suspect it strongly up front. I just think it needs to come back to us for the variance if it's going to be approved later. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I guess maybe I didn't spend as much time on this as I thought I did, but you're going to have to plat this, right? You'd have to plat this per the staff report.
Well, we would, if we submit a lot split application, then it would require variance because you're only allowed to split a parcel up to 3 times by a lot split.
And those lot splits come to us.
So that lot split would come to you for a variance, correct?
There would be a subsequent application for a lot split that would request 2 variances. One, the extension of utilities, and one, the 4 lots.
Got it. I got
versus
it. I got it.
So there's nothing about us approving the zoning that in any way sort of controls how we are going to later vote on this, on the subdivision regulation? Because I thought that was kind of your point.
No, that's not the way I would take it. We're going to rezone it. They're going to have to come back for the lot splits as a variance, and we could certainly
do
deny
whatever
that.
we want at that. Okay, just wanted to be clear. Not that I am objecting to it at all, but I just wanted to be clear about the process.
No, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. I was picking up somebody's mic noise. I don't know what was going on there, but anyway. Okay. Any other thoughts or concerns from your side of things? I don't have anybody signed up to speak on this. This is SPUD 1293. Is there anybody that wanted to be heard on this item today? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners, any concerns from you guys? Okay. Yes, ma'am?
My name is Crystal Kowalik. I'm the engineering manager for the utilities department, and I'm going to tell you that we would require a water and sewer line extension. So there are 2 developments in the area that we have already made them to extend, and for future developments on the other side of him, like that would require that developer to incur the cost to go across his property and then to their property. So we would recommend a water and sewer line extension, and I just wanted to just say that when he comes back for the variances.
Got it.
Thank you.
I mean, I kind of see your point.
That variance application would obviously have to come back before you. I haven't had time to discuss this. We got these as of Friday, a couple days ago. Was blindsided by the comments, obviously. So I haven't had time to discuss that with her yet. So it would obviously, that variance would have to come back before you.
Got it. I guess what I would say is that seems like a super reasonable request. So when we would see them, it'd be really hard for me to get behind a variance for that utility extension, knowing that it would prevent the ongoing connection to the same development. This is what, Kamal, the 3rd or 4th application we've seen on this street in like.
Well, there is R1 to the east that's, being developed now. I don't know that this lot stands in the way of any of those utility extensions yet.
Is that the homework you'd do before you'd bring the variance?
I'm sorry.
Is that the homework you would do before you brought the variance?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't have any objection to the zoning request.
Yeah, I have no objection to the zoning. It sounds like we're gonna have a lot to talk about with variances though, but.
Yeah, I just think you should, I mean, I'm trying to get you some feedback from the commission right now, so you at least know when you talk to your client. For me, not requiring a utilities connection when a person from the city I've actually never seen before showed up to insist that it be included, that's when I get a little scared, I gotta be honest with you. So if it was Jeff, I'd be like, whatever, but I'm just telling you.
Well, I will definitely.
I don't know where they brought her out of some room and she's serious about it. So that's right.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make the motion.
Okay.
I move approval of item 11.
I have a motion and hopefully an electronic second. And I do. Thank you, Commissioner Privet. Please cast your votes when available. And the SPUD 1293 is recommended for approval to City Council as amended. Item 12, sorry.
Item 12 is CPA, the first CPA of 2021, and it's a consideration of a proposed map amendment to the comprehensive plan, changing the land use topology area designation from urban future to urban low intensity on approximately 82 acres of land located near Northwest 164th Street and near North Sarah Road. And Kim Cooperhart is here to present this case to us. She is the manager of the Plan Development and Implementation Division in the Planning Department.
Hi, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Can I jump in real quick? I'm sorry, Chair, and my apologies to the applicant on this one, but I do need to leave a little bit early today. I thought with such a short agenda, we'd be done sooner, so my apologies.
Oh, that's so funny. You probably said that when you got here, too.
I probably did.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Cooperhart, and I would like to give you a brief presentation on CPA 2021, number 1. This CPA and this case here, it kind of illustrates why the urban future layer is so important. And I'd like to take you through what the applicant is asking to do here. They're asking it to be lifted, and you can move to the next slide. And you can see the subject site here in context with the surrounding area. It's surrounded by urban future. It's at the border of Piedmont. Go ahead. Here are the existing conditions. You can see that we have some rural next to at the south here, and the rest of it's surrounded by the urban future. And you can go ahead. And this describes, and I think this is right out of the comprehensive plan for you all, this describes what the urban future land designation is intended to do. It's to maintain large areas until the area is ready for urbanization, avoiding fragmentation, and providing flexibility for developing urban densities. And these areas may have access to either city's water or sanitary sewer. They typically do not have urban levels of fire service, and there are opportunities to increase service levels over time. Go ahead. So the urban low intensity, which is the underlying layer, once we lift the urban future, this is the layer that will be guiding the developments that's there. That's what the applicant is asking for. And it would be the least intensively developed areas of the city to receive urban water, sewer, police, park, and fire services. And this, again, is right out of the comprehensive plan. It talks about the dwelling units per acre. Of course, this information will come to you with the rezoning request and any platting. Right here, we're just considering whether or not the urban future should be lifted. Go ahead. And so here we have probably one of the biggest concerns that staff had about this is water availability for one. As you can see, the most closest water is down at 150th Street. And and we have Crystal and Adam here. If you guys have any additional questions about the water specifics, you can move on. The wastewater, same thing. It's within the sewership, but it's not being served currently. Go ahead. And this shows where the specifics of where the sewer lines and water are today. This right here is the biggest concern, and here's why. This is outside of rural responses. We do not have an agreement with Piedmont, a mutual aid agreement, and even if we did, the mutual aid agreements are for responding to structural fires, and those are a very low percentage of the calls that our fire department gets. Actually, about 67% of the calls are not related to any kind of fire-related event at all. And so this land here is just not going to be served well by emergency services, and that's probably one of the biggest concerns that we have. And carry on. It's agriculturally zoned. As you can see, it's surrounded by that. Carry on. Undeveloped in general. Up here, there's some rural residential, as you can see, down to the left that's been there for quite some time. Then again, of course, developing Piedmont directly across the street. We recommend that the urban future layer stay in place. It lacks all three services. It's outside of the rural or the rural response time, and we don't feel that it supports the efficient growth. It's kind of sectioned out of the urban future layer, kind of like pulled out. It's not surrounded by orderly growth. And one of the reasons why the urban future layer is important is because just because a piece of land is in play doesn't mean that it should be developed when it's inside of urban future. And so because it's surrounded by the urban future, it's just kind of like, it's not orderly. It's not what the plan is asking us to do. So that's what staff has to say. Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Mr. Box, I'm assuming you've got some comments for us before we discuss.
I do, quite a bit, actually. And if you'll permit, Mr. Zitzow and I are going to kind of walk through this together. But David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Michael Love is the applicant, who's also here with us, and obviously Mr. Johnson and Mr. Zitzow. I want to clear up a few things that I heard. When you saw the staff's presentation, they made the point that this doesn't have any of the three. Well, of course, we're bringing sewer and water, so of course we will have those. It appears that staff is hanging their hat solely on the lack of fire response time. The large part of Mr. Zitzow's presentation is going to walk through why we believe their analysis to be flawed. When you look at what urban future is defined as, it says, urban future tracts may have access to either city's public water or sanitary sewer, but not both. Well, of course, that means that that's not what we have, because we do have access to both. We are a half mile from water, we are a half mile from sewer. So we have both urban water, urban sewer. The other thing that she mentioned was that there is no mutual aid agreement. That's a bit misleading. There is not an automatic aid agreement in place, but of course Oklahoma City and all jurisdictions within Oklahoma under the Oklahoma Intrastate Mutual Aid Compact are automatically enrolled in this. And I'll read you from the state statutes. Subsection D. All jurisdictions within the state upon enactment of this legislation are automatically a part of the statewide mutual aid system. She also stated that that only deals with structure fires. I believe that to be wrong. Within the same section of the state statutes, it defines emergency as any occasion or instance for which assistance is needed to supplement local efforts and capabilities to save lives, to protect property, and the public health and safety. So it's not just fire, it's all emergencies as defined under the state statute, which is significantly broader than just structure fires. So the state statute enrolls all jurisdictions within this mutual aid agreement. Then if you go and look at the city's own emergency operation plan from 2017, it specifically references the state statute and says that the city of Oklahoma City may provide or request assistance from other jurisdictions. Mutual aid is provided or requested in accordance with the Oklahoma Intrastate Mutual Aid Compact found at 63 OS 695.1 through 695.10. I also heard that there was some confusion perhaps as to whether or not Piedmont would actually serve it. So I had the pleasure of talking to Fire Chief Andy Logan from the Piedmont Fire Department multiple times today. He confirmed that yes, Piedmont Fire is a part of the Intrastate Mutual Aid Compact, and that on occasion and any time they have ever received a call from Oklahoma City, they go and they help and they service it. It is something that they do routinely. It is something that is expected on the boundaries. So if we are hanging our hat on the fire response time, I want to turn it over to Mark to walk through why we believe the analysis provided by staff is slightly flawed.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to either now or later, whenever you feel is appropriate, I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
Mr. Box, I'm sorry, when you spoke to the Piedmont Fire Chief, did you ask him about the fire only versus all emergencies thing?
Yeah, because I asked him that question. He said, well, when we get a call, we go service it. I don't care.
I'll get to you, Jeff, as soon as Marcus.
And he also said that the city of Piedmont and the city of Oklahoma City are in the process of finalizing and formalizing an automatic aid agreement, which would mean when the call comes, it's automatically dispatched to Piedmont. But right now, through the compact, the call would come in and Oklahoma City would call Piedmont to go respond.
I think at this point, good evening. My name is Mark Zitzow, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. I'm with Johnson & Associates. Right before I begin, for those that don't know, Johnson & Associates is primarily an engineering firm. We do have 4 urban planners on staff. This data that you're seeing on the screen mimics that within the comprehensive plan. It's readily available to download off the city's website. So our analysis is using the same data that staff would use. So the first thing that we would point to is a page out of the comprehensive plan. It's kind of the 3 tiers that staff is using to review applications. We just want to note that fire service is the only one of the 3 that references a target urban service level. Service levels change as you move further from the core, so it's anticipated that as you move toward the fringe, your level of service will decrease. This is noted within the comprehensive plan. Here's the fire map on a zoomed out citywide basis. Our site, if you could see my pointer, is up here, located 3.5 miles away from this fire station. So in our review, what initially stood out was in looking at the existing urban low areas, 22% currently do not meet urban fire service levels. 6% have longer than fire service levels. We think this is important because when the comprehensive plan was created, these areas were not designated as urban reserve or urban future. They failed to meet that third category, yet they were still designated as urban low. So real quickly, I just want to kind of zoom in and pinpoint a few of these. If you go to Northwest Oklahoma City, Gaillardia would be a neighborhood that would be considered to have rural service level. Deer Creek Elementary on the northern fringe has longer than rural service level, as do the neighborhoods that are adjacent to it. The Paycom corporate campus has rural service levels. Ponderosa Estates, Cobblestone, Canyon Lakes, all these neighborhoods in very well-developed areas of the comprehensive plan are designated as urban low, including the remaining tracts that are left to be developed. I'm going to run through just 4 examples of recent comprehensive plan amendments that were recommended for approval and PUDs. This first one was at Northwest 10th and North Cemetery Road. It was a companion item, and I believe staff brought forth the CPA. This was the same request, urban reserve at the time, to urban low. Staff recommended approval of the application. A PUD application was designated urban low, but it had longer than rural service times. Staff recommended approval of that application. An application on Northwest 192nd Street was a PUD application that was urban low but did not meet rural fire, or had longer than rural fire response times. Again, staff recommended approval. The last one that I wanted to look at and dig in a little bit deeper was one off of Tinker Diagonal. This was an application that went from rural medium to urban low because water and sewer were being brought to the site. I want to quickly read the last sentence of a paragraph in the staff report. While urban levels of service are preferred, lower levels of service are sometimes unavoidable. This was specifically in reference to the fire station. As you can see, this site was designated with rural response times. I think one of the disagreements here, when the analysis is done, it's using drive times, and then on top of that, there are factors, both positive and negative, that help create a cohesive map and fill in gaps in color. We believe that part of the reason this was considered at a rural response time was because of Tinker Diagonal, but it's a limited access highway that a fire department or emergency service would not be able to access much of these properties off of that highway. The rural response actually ends at the intersection right here. So when we get to our development, it is in the urban reserve, urban future. It's an 80-acre tract that we're seeking to rezone to R1. This is, from Plan OKC, the data, a portion of our site is rural response, and the other portion is longer than rural response. We kind of backed into our own analysis. If you're simply using drive times, a 6.5-minute drive time, which is the standard for rural response, the maximum, gets us to the front of our site. When you apply a similar half-mile buffer without the negative inputs that staff would make, our site would be fully covered within the rural response time. We did the same analysis taking into account the Piedmont Fire Station. For obvious reasons, Oklahoma City's comprehensive plan stops all of the mapping at the city limit line. So, and I'll zoom out here. You can see where Piedmont's fire station is. If you were to take that into account, our site would be fully served under an urban fire response time. This would be a map more cohesive, similar to what Plan OKC would show after you apply the buffers and the color mapping. So I think in summary, before I turn it over to Mr. Box, we think there are multiple ways at looking at this, but based on previous cases, the facts of this case, it seems that the fire service has been used differently on different applications, maybe in a more subjective manner based on the feel of how far something may be from the core or from other associated development. But our tract does have water and sewer, making it ripe for development. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think at this point, I'd like to, Mr. Butler requested the chance to respond, and I thought it made sense to let you kind of get through. So Mr. Butler, if you want to do that,
Can
please
I,
feel free.
Jeff, too, before you go, will you also include in your response, can you put in context the discussion that we have had repeatedly over this whole issue of fire suppression and the regulations therein? I feel like this ties directly into that conversation. Could you fit that in also?
Absolutely. Yeah, so just a additional clarification on the difference between the mutual aid agreements and the automatic aid agreements. That's correct. We have mutual aid understanding agreement with many jurisdictions around us, and that does happen. The problem with mutual aid, in talking to the deputy fire chief, is that it literally is a phone call. So there's nothing automatic about it. It takes a long time for those things to happen, to the point where I said, well, what use is mutual aid? The seconds are counting down, and it has to go to a certain level, has to escalate to a certain level. And, you know, I don't know if it was a deputy fire chief or, you know, somebody in command at that point has to make the call to the neighboring jurisdiction, hey, yeah, we'll respond. So that's what mutual aid is. And yes, Mr. Box is correct, it's been around for a long time. Automatic aid is the important one, and that's why the city is going around to Piedmont and others, and we have agreements, and the goal is to make agreements with all of our neighboring jurisdictions eventually. And the fire department's been working on that diligently for the past couple of years. That's where it's part of the system. And the system just designates whoever is closest, and if that's Piedmont, great. If it's Oklahoma City at the Surrey Hill Station, then they go.
And that's done via dispatch, in other words?
Yes.
Got it.
The problem with that is it's only for, we are doing those automatic aids only for fire, and fire calls are 5% of all the calls that go through dispatch to EMS, fire EMS. 66% of those last year of those calls were for emergencies. You know, people having, you know, medical emergencies where they need fire there and they need them there fast. So that's the big concern, and yes, we recognize that water and sewer can be provided. We have a concern mainly about just that this site is so far out from, you know, unlike many of these urban future requests that we've seen, this is not even close to being contiguous to existing urban development. And yeah, there is some water and sewer in reasonable proximity. But the big issue here, Mr. Box is correct, one of the two big issues besides the non-contiguity is the fact that the fire service is, and I will say fire/emergency services, is well outside. Now, the map that they showed was, I think, the old map. It's been updated now. I think our slide has the new fire response time. So we're continually working on this. You know, we can play dueling modeling all day long, but you know, there are various assumptions that you make and how quickly a fire apparatus can get to a site. You know, and our model is different than the model that has been presented. But you know, it's on the edge of the city, and they make a good point, which we've made in the past. The one that Mr. Zitzow mentioned in the far kind of southeast area. You know, we did say that, hey, you know, we never. It's unlikely that we would ever build a station here because it would just be. It would serve such a small area. It's just probably not going to happen. And we've said that similarly in another recent case down by Moore. But that's not the case here. We're very close to getting a fire station put up here in the 2017 bond. Very confident that we'll get a fire station here in the next bond. And so it's all about timing. Our recommendation came down to the timing. Is this the right time to put a development way out there, or would it be better to grow more organically and be able to have fire response, you know, meet the needs of people who are in developments that are closer, and there's plenty of land out there that are much closer to the fire station and other urban services and shopping and so forth. So that's kind of, hopefully that provides a little bit of clarification on why we took the angle that we did in writing the staff report. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Mr. Box, anything else you want us to know here before we talk about it?
Yeah, briefly. So, is it right there, Mark? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not sure why, the compact clearly says emergency, which isn't limited to fire. So if fire department's not using the compact in its full, capacity, I'm not sure why that's the case.
I think you're referring to the mutual aid though, right?
Yep, which defines emergency as any
Yeah.
occasion or instance for which assistance is needed.
Yeah,
It
the
doesn't limit
difference
it
is
to
what I was referring to is the automatic aid. That's the one that's only for fire.
Oh, well, sure. So we have the ability through the compact to service every emergency. So if you look at this map, what you see is this, just like our parcel, is removed from other development, yet in the comprehensive plan today is designated as urban low. Presumably, the reason is it already had water and sewer. It has equal fire response time to the subject site, yet it's urban low. So all things being equal, we now have water and sewer, and we have identical fire response, perhaps slightly better when you factor in Piedmont's response. So it's hard for us to understand, given the fact that it's unlikely you're going to have a fire station here. Perhaps there is in the next bond issue. You know what helps get fire stations? Rooftops. It's just like streets and everything else. So we think all things being equal, that this application represents, frankly, an identical development opportunity as the stuff that is at 1/2 mile from our border that's already urban low. So we would ask for you to approve the comprehensive plan change request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Box. Commissioner Clare, this is your ward, sir. Do you want to lead off our discussion on this?
Yeah, we had a discussion at length yesterday with several of us, and I was on the fence then, and I think we heard much the same information today with the addition of staff's input and their presentation. I think where I am is I think the applicant makes a pretty compelling point. My concerns are just the general condition of the infrastructure this far out. 164th is in horrible shape, and I think if we, open it, I think this is only just going to open up the floodgates for development on 164th. That's my big concern.
Anybody else have thoughts on this?
I think it's still I won't want it. Well, I think we still have the urban sprawl issue that you sent the article about, before, and I still have concerns about that. But I do think that I end up in the same place as Commissioner Clare in the end of it. I think that it seems strange that we could have a neighborhood right across the street, and of course I don't have that street right in front of me, and that can be sufficient, but then this one won't do. I think my only other concern, just in general, but it doesn't necessarily affect this application, is I feel like I wish there was a mechanism to give home buyers some sort of notice or reasonable expectation of what they should expect as far as that's concerned, like a systemic way to inform them, just like they should have some way of being informed about an industrial zoning that's right next to the property that they're about to buy. So we can't fix that problem
where the
today,
realtor
but-
tells them it'll be a field forever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yep. I don't have much more to add, but to both your points, it's a little bit of a close call. And the fact that I think it's towards Piedmont, the explanation regarding how the cities work together, if that didn't exist, maybe it'd be tougher, but glad that exists. And I heard him say they're going to bring water to it. It's not much else to add besides these two.
Well, and to that point on the clarification, with the compact, it's, clearly written that it's an emergency, but if we're working on an automatic aid, I'm curious what the city's reasoning is that's for fire only. I mean, me personally, I don't think there should be boundaries when it comes to emergency response, but I understand the funding of it. But yeah, I would kind of like to know the city's reasoning on why, if they're pursuing an automatic aid agreement, why it's only for fire.
That's a good question. I don't know. I could only speculate, but it's very complicated the way they, with all these different jurisdictions and how they fund their EMS services. So I don't know, but what I do know is that the automatic aid is what makes the difference. The mutual aid is not all that effective. It takes a long time to make that transition from our system to theirs and to get the authorization to go respond to a call. So the automatic aid is the important thing, but again, it's only 5% of the calls, and most of them are, the vast majority are the EMS calls. The other 29%, by the way, are just kind of, the proverbial cat in the tree. My neighbor's doing a barbecue and I see smoke type stuff. It's just, there's a lot of kind of good intent things that happen, but there's a lot of EMS calls, and that's why it's important for these fire emergency stations to be close to the residents.
I think this is the hardest one of these we've looked at, in my opinion. Of all the comp plan amendments that I've seen, I think this has been the hardest one. Because, we had a call yesterday. I was on the call with Commissioner Clare, Commissioner Pennington, and Mr. Box, right?
Commissioner
I
Highsmith.
was on.
It was Commissioner Highsmith, that's
Yeah.
right. That's right, it's Commissioner Highsmith. And Mark Tim. And yes, there is a lot of subjectivity when in 2015 you go drawing maps and lines and service, you got to draw that line somewhere, with the idea being that the plan is going to allow it to flex and stuff over time. We've seen these, especially like in Commissioner Privett's ward, Ward 4, where you get a request to move it out of what is essentially don't build here. And it's really hard to deny those, kind of sparse, 2 acre, whatever, 1 acre even sites. But this is really introducing residential development, in my opinion, to an area of the city right now that doesn't exist. Look, I think about, ironically, they pointed out my neighborhood in this presentation, Canyon Lakes. I'll just tell you guys, we had a house in our neighborhood burned to the ground a couple of years ago, burned to the ground because the fire department couldn't get there. That's a true story. You can see it on the aerial if you guys are on Google Earth. If you go to the map, there's red dirt all around it, and it burned to the ground because we have the same fire response time. And what I told Mr. Box yesterday was, when I look at my neighborhood, I am south of the turnpike. I have critical infrastructure around me. We had stuff today in southwest Oklahoma City with that turnpike loop. That infrastructure is bringing all this development. My real concern, I think all this fire talk is interesting. It's not really the driver for me. What the driver for me is that there is no infrastructure out here. I understand that the developer is going to bring water and sewer to it, which makes the type of dense development they're requiring possible. But if we just look at the perspective of a comp plan, is that where we want development to start next? Because Ward 8 is riddled with streets that are in terrible condition. And the idea that these are all going to get funded in the next bond issue, much less 164th and Piedmont, that's not real. That's not going to happen. We're not going to have enough money. So the infrastructure for all the development that's occurring in Deer Creek is a bond issue behind. This is at least 2 bond issues behind, in my opinion, which creates real challenges, especially because, I don't remember who was it said it, forgive me, somebody said it. This is going to open the door, I think it was you, Commissioner Clare, it's going to open the door for development out here. And I'm telling you what, people are going to love getting into Piedmont schools. So this is I think a real challenging thing. We just need to think through a little bit Because I haven't seen one that, there are lots of times, just candidly, I'm sorry, Jeff, where staff recommends denial on the comp plan amendment. I'm like, come on. I get why you're doing it, but we've got to be practical. This really is a big concern for me just because of infrastructure and the fire stuff. The mutual aid agreement, I think I understand all that, at least at a layman's level, but right now you've got to pick up the phone to call in an emergency situation, and I'm assuming that the automatic aid agreement between Piedmont and Oklahoma City will be in place, even if that only pertains to fire. I still think that's a lot of logistics around the introduction to a lot of people coming out here into this part of the world. There's two ways to get here. You can take Northwest Expressway to Highway 4 and come up, or you can traverse through literally road after road of cross-section miles on 2-lane streets that are in absolutely atrocious condition. I haven't driven 164th in a while, but the last time I did, I felt like I was playing like a video game where you're trying to dodge things like Spy Hunter. I mean, that's what it's like. So you open the door here, and there's going to be more behind it. So I just want us to be thoughtful about that, because from a comp plan review, I get the water, sewer, fire thing, but there's an overarching issue here too that we've been dealing with a lot. Schools and streets and infrastructure and everything else. I just felt like I needed to make that other side of the case because the other side had been made. So that's the alternative to what has already been said, I guess I would say.
And if I might, just briefly, the one thing I wanted to emphasize that maybe I should have done earlier, the reason this is so different from other CPAs that we have seen, we routinely bring forward, and oftentimes we'll recommend approval, sometimes we'll recommend denial, but most of the time these CPAs where we lift urban future are right on the fringe of urban development, and that's kind of what Plan OKC, when we did our fiscal analysis, and any good planner wants to look at, okay, well, what's our development pattern and how does that look? Is that fiscally responsible? And the reason it's quote bad to develop, far away from where your existing infrastructure services are, is because you have to extend water, sewer, fire services, emergency services, streets. You have to build all those decades sooner than you may otherwise, and that's decades of maintenance. That's additional capital infrastructure that otherwise wouldn't have had to be expended. And so that's why, we've kind of boiled that down and simplified that principle in Plan OKC to, well, we've got this three-legged stool, water, sewer, and fire, in the attempt to kind of keep things contiguous so that we're growing in a responsible manner.
They're infrastructure markers.
Exactly. It makes it easier to deal with it in this kind of, the way you see on screen, because it's just easier to think about that way. This is a little strange because, there actually is water and sewer. Well, the water's kind of far away, the sewer is a little bit closer, but they're willing to extend it. So the issue is just, well, is the emergency response, of course, but then the lack of contiguity between existing urban development and, just Commissioner Craven's point, well, okay, now if we have people out there, we're going to have to improve those streets much sooner than we otherwise would have, and we all know how much trouble the city has keeping up with street maintenance and how big of an issue that is for our citizens. So the reason, I call this is in my view, a precedent-setting decision, because it really, there's that entire block of urban future to the east and southeast of this, which is also a huge area that does not have, if you were to look at the fire map, that's all red. Not the stuff to the south, that's covered by the Surrey Hill Station, but there's a huge bubble of red area up there that I'm concerned about, and where we don't have good infrastructure, and in terms of streets and so forth. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't give short shrift to that aspect of the rationale.
Mr. Box, you want to make a comment before we?
Yeah, briefly, I failed to see how it's any different than all of the urban reserve that is a half mile from our southwest border.
That is the most compelling argument you have. I grant you that. No, I grant you that. But like I said, at least for me, that line had to get drawn somewhere, and it probably did get drawn there in 2015 because there was water, and they're just drawing these lines because at the end of the day, things like this are going to come up, and we're going to take, we hope the subjectivity out of it and make it objective as we think about how to mold the comprehensive plan and the map, if you will, over time. So I get that there's one right there, and it's like, and there have been circumstances where right there was fully developed, and the planning staff is recommending denial, and I'm going, come on, guys, it's right there. Like, this is clearly just part of the growth pattern. This is outside, that is vacant land for the most part.
Understood, but the reason it's different, the city invited this when they extended sewer and water. If the city didn't want it out there, there wouldn't be sewer and water out there.
Well, to be fair, though, the sewer line goes to the sewer treatment plant, so that, I mean, I don't know when that was done, but there's a big line that has to take all that out to the sewer plant. I don't know all the details behind the decision, but, we all know that the city doesn't generally extend sewer lines and leave that up to developers. This was different. It's a big line. It goes to the treatment plant, et cetera. But, this is a little bit different than your typical sewer situation.
Well, except that the city wouldn't have built a facility out there if they didn't want urban level density out there, which is why it's urban reserve, which is why the stuff to the south and west of us, despite having worse fire response time, is already designated urban low. There's no objective difference from the 80 acres here and that stuff a half mile to our southwest. None. Except for the day in which the map was colored, it had sewer and water, which is what we now have.
I don't know. I agree that this is a difficult case. I have repeatedly urged the commission to think about a little bit bigger about some of these issues, and I think they all come into play here. The reason that these urban future, we're now calling them, areas were set up is literally based on where they think development will occur someday. That doesn't necessarily mean it's ripe for today. And the fact that there are these three legs to the stool of water, sewer, and fire doesn't really fully represent the picture there. I mean, Commissioner Cravens is absolutely right. The issues of infrastructure generally are just a little bit harder to weave into that picture, but they're very, very real. I think the lack of contiguity here is a real issue. There's no question that if this is approved, it will be a spearhead, and then we will, for, the foreseeable future, be hearing that, this now represents the precedent and justify more development around it. It's not an easy decision to make, but I think that we need to take a little bit broader view of our comp plan and be a little bit more willing to stand on it and to uphold its goals and its view of the future being left to the future. I mean, I don't think that the fact that this will someday be developed means that needs to be tomorrow, so.
Other comments from commissioners on this one? Or I can ask Commissioner Clare to fashion a motion however you see fit, sir.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion if no one else has any other comment. And again, it's tough, but I think hearing, everyone's comments has made it a little bit more clear, and I just don't think now is the right time out here. So I would make a motion to deny the map change for item 2021.
So I have a motion to deny CPA 2021-0001 or 00001, and do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second, so when available, please cast your votes on the recommendation to denial. Just being clear, an affirmative vote is to deny. Please cast your votes. We have everybody? Okay. And the motion to deny has passed, so that application is denied. The next item is the zoning, which can obviously still be heard even in the face of the denial. So, Mr. Box, item 13.
Yeah, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, on behalf of the applicant. This is the R1 piece we discussed. Sewer and water are there. Despite the decision on the last application, we still think that this, based upon urban level services, makes sense, and we'd ask for your approval.
Commissioner Clare, there's nobody here that wants to speak because they're all either for this item or part of the city, so.
Yeah, I mean, based on our previous discussions, I'm not in favor of supporting this. It is a tough one, but I think for now it's a no for me.
Is that a motion?
Is there any other comments from anyone else?
I feel like everybody's had a chance to speak their piece, so I'm not trying to head off anybody, but.
Okay. Yeah, happy to make a motion to deny PC 10715.
I have a motion to recommend denial of the City Council on PC 10715, and I do have a second. Please cast your votes when available. It is a motion to deny. And that application, the recommendation to denial has passed. That is the last individual item for consideration on our agenda today. The rest of the items have been continued until later meetings. So it brings us to additional items. Planning Commission committees. Kim, could I steal you for a second so I can have you try to right my wrong here? Yeah, will you come up? So we have, and Jeff, you may have to help too. The school committee, we submitted a letter. I asked for everybody's feedback. Outstanding. And I have the letter that we're going to sign. There's also a corresponding resolution that has to be done that I think, Commissioner Pennington, to your credit, you mentioned at the last meeting. So they're preparing that resolution to come through at the next meeting. And so what we can do is we can attach the letter that I submitted to you, which is not changed in any form, to a resolution that we will adopt at the next meeting. That meeting will be on the agenda, posted as a formal item and all that stuff. So we're kind of doing the things we need to do. Am I phrasing all that right? Am I saying all that correctly? Is there anything I'm missing?
Mhm.
No?
Yeah, you're asking for a resolution that, where you're all agreeing to send this letter, approve the letter
Exactly.
and send it to the recipients.
Exactly.
Yep.
Okay. So I think the resolution would allow us to send that with just, a signature on it from me with our resolution that it was a unanimous deal. And then the corresponding documents that are referenced in the letter, I'll just provide those to staff and we can submit it. Does that make sense to everybody? Any concerns on any of that? Okay. So we'll do that.
Have we seen the latest version of the letter?
Yes, ma'am, you have. Yes, if I have a copy here.
Okay.
But it is, did I not send that to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm sorry, I will send that to you, which is fine, because at the next meeting, it'll be a part of that resolution, so, but, yeah. Okay, good to go? Any other comments from the committee members on that? Okay, so that's the only committee we've got right now, so no, if there's nothing else there, I'll do Planning Commission members. Commissioner Clare?
No, sir.
Commissioner Powers?
I do have a couple of things, but I'll keep it short. One of the things that we did today with the special permit gives me a little bit of angst every time it comes up, which is not often, thank goodness. we've sent something on to city council that we've recommended for denial. If they were to disagree with that choice, there were a whole lot of things I would have wanted that special permit to say if they were going to approve it. On the other hand, we could have spent an hour talking about what those things were and getting the applicant's agreement to do those things, and it wouldn't have made me any more likely to actually vote to approve it, So I wonder if there is some mechanism by which we can temper our recommendation, if that's quite the right way to say that, to City Council, that if they are likely to approve it, we would like to see, a number of things done to the permit to provide some protections for the neighborhood. And that's a pretty long list. I'm not quite sure how we would, agree amongst ourselves about which ones to include and which not, or whether we would just ask them to send it back to us or what. I mean, it's problematic. I wouldn't want them to just say, oh, I don't see a problem with this. It's approved,
I totally understand what you're saying. I got to believe that that recommendation to deny was unanimous. It's their prerogative to do as they please. I think they're going to have a lot of very angry people.
Just to be very real, though, about it, how long does it take to get to City Council?
It's going to be 6 weeks from essentially our hearing today, right? Yeah.
And will we have a new Ward 3 city councilman by then, or council person by then? Okay.
So, I understand what you're saying. I think for us to litigate it out and then say deny but approve, boy, that's, it's 5:40. I guess we could say if you're going to recommend approval, send it back to us. But that's their prerogative to do that too. When they feel like they need to do that, they've done it in the past, I don't know. I can hear you though.
Okay.
Anything else?
I was going to ask about the letter, so I'll just wait.
Sure.
Thank you.
Pass that down to Janice, would you? Just so she can see it. Commissioner Coffey?
No.
Commissioner Privet? No. Commissioner Hinkle? No. Commissioner Pennington? Commissioner LaForge?
Nope.
All right. Planning Department?
Just that we will be meeting virtually next meeting. So we'll get all prepared for that. And but you all know the drill, so it should be like riding a bike. Other than that, that's all I have.
I take great offense to that. Development Services? Nada. Municipal Counselor's Office? Citizens to be heard? Nobody. Berry Lodge? Okay, other business none. A motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we're adjourned.